An energy security crisis looms for the Philippines as the Malampaya gas field nears depletion, and Recto Bank, SC-72, emerges as the epicenter of confrontation with China. China's CNOOC has expanded its operations inside the Philippine EEZ, escorted by Coast Guard and militia vessels that blur the line between commerce and coercion.
On whether there can be joint development with China on our exclusive economic zone, my opinion is it's not possible because under the Constitution, there's a provision there which says that the use and enjoyment of the exclusive economic zone shall be reserved exclusively to Filipinos.
Beijing justifies its presence through the 9-dash line, claiming historic rights rejected by international law but driven by energy needs, military ambitions, and sovereignty narratives. The South China Sea's oil wealth is immense, with billions of barrels of oil and trillions of cubic feet of gas, alongside fisheries and minerals vital for food and industry. For the Philippines and other littoral states, this is both an opportunity and a trap. Energy security versus the risks of Chinese retaliation. Yet China's white hole strategy and economic deterrence have kept exploration stalled, leaving SC-72 blocked by constant Chinese interference.
I also say this as a Chinese national. I can bring you to court whether you agree it or not. But I will never be able to drag you into arbitration without your consent, because arbitration without consent is a violation of rule of law.
The 2016 PCA ruling confirmed the Philippines' sovereign rights, but Beijing's rejection and escalating offshore expansion show its intent to turn law into irrelevance. Control of the South China Sea is thus about more than energy. It is about power projection, A2, AD strategy, and dominance over global sea lanes. For smaller states, the future holds a dual challenge of resource need and geopolitical risk, often under pressure to accept China's joint development trap. Ultimately, the fight for Recto Bank and surrounding waters is not merely about oil. It is the frontline test of whether UNCLOS and the rules-based order will hold, or whether coercion and resource extraction will redraw sovereignty in the Indo-Pacific. The most immediate and volatile theater of China's offshore ambitions in Philippine waters is Recto Bank, Reed Bank, officially designated as Service Contract 72, SC-72. Situated roughly 80 nautical miles west of Palawan, Recto Bank is well within the Philippines' 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, EEZ, under UNCLOS, and its hydrocarbon reserves are widely viewed as the country's best prospect to replace the Malampaya gas field once it runs dry. Yet despite its legal clarity, Manila's attempts to exercise its sovereign rights over the area have been met with persistent and systematic pressure from Chinese Coast Guard, CCG, and maritime militia vessels, which routinely escort or shadow Chinese-linked survey ships and obstruct Philippine exploration activities. This constant presence turns what should be a purely commercial energy issue into a flashpoint of sovereignty and security. At the center of this dispute is the China National Offshore Oil Corporation, Beijing's flagship state-owned oil company. While ostensibly a corporate actor, CNOOC is deeply embedded in the Chinese party-state system, functioning as an instrument of foreign policy rather than a neutral commercial entity. Its exploration and survey ships do not operate independently. Instead, they are consistently accompanied and protected by paramilitary escorts from the CCG and the Chinese maritime militia. This corporate state nexus blurs the line between commercial energy development and military strategy. Beijing to frame incursions as business ventures while simultaneously projecting hard power in contested waters. Concrete examples illustrate this carrot-and-stick approach. In August 2023, Philippine authorities reported that CCG vessels blocked and shadowed Philippine-chartered survey ships conducting seismic studies near Recto Bank, effectively stalling Manila's efforts to move SC-72 toward production. Around the same time, Philippine supply missions to Ayungin Shoal, Second Thomas Shoal, just south of Recto Bank, were harassed by aggressive Chinese maneuvers, including blocking runs and close-in shadowing that created a climate of intimidation. These incidents highlight Beijing's dual-track strategy, offering the carrot of potential joint development with CNOOC while wielding the stick of harassment and obstruction against unilateral Philippine activity. The message is unmistakable. Resource extraction in the Philippine EEZ will proceed only on terms dictated by Beijing, with CNOOC as the commercial spearhead and the CCG as the armed enforcer. At the core of Beijing's South China Sea (SCS) strategy lies the 9-dash line, a sweeping demarcation that claims nearly 90% of the waters as China's own. Despite being legally invalidated by the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling, Beijing continues to assert that its position rests on indisputable historical facts and historic rights dating back centuries. This claim, rejected under modern international law, provides the ideological and legal scaffolding for China's assertive presence, enabling it to frame activities such as Coast Guard patrols, artificial island construction, and resource exploration as sovereign defense rather than expansionism. Beyond historical narrative, energy security is a powerful driver. As the world's largest oil importer, China faces acute strategic vulnerabilities in its dependence on distant sea lanes, particularly through the Strait of Malacca, often referred to as the Malacca Dilemma. The SCS, by contrast, offers significant untapped offshore energy reserves close to home. China's own state-owned CNOOC plays a central role. In 2022, it derived 43% of its crude oil output from domestic offshore operations, much of it concentrated in the SCS. Securing access to these hydrocarbons not only diversifies China's energy portfolio, but also reduces its reliance on vulnerable choke points controlled by foreign navies. Equally important is the military dimension. By maintaining a constant presence in disputed waters, Beijing creates a de facto control zone that extends well into the EEZs of Southeast Asian neighbors. Its extensive program of artificial island building and militarization, notably at Fiery Cross Reef, Mischief Reef, and Subi Reef, has transformed reefs into fortified bases equipped with runways, missile systems, and surveillance infrastructure. These outposts serve as forward operating platforms for the People's Liberation Army Navy, PLAN, the China Coast Guard, CCG, and the Maritime militia, allowing Beijing to project power deep into the SCS. In effect, China has created a network of strategic bastions from which it can both safeguard its resource interests and deter foreign naval activity, reinforcing its sovereignty claims through constant on-the-water enforcement. The South China Sea, SCS, is not only one of the busiest maritime trade routes in the world, but also one of its most resource-rich regions. According to estimates by the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA, and the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, the SCS contains around 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic feet, TCF, of natural gas in proved and probable reserves. While these figures are contested and actual extraction potential varies by location, they underscore the immense strategic and economic stakes tied to control of the seabed. Whoever dominates access to these reserves gains not only domestic energy security, but also leverage over regional energy markets. For the Philippines, these resources are existential. The Recto Bank, Reed Bank, lying within its exclusive economic zone, EEZ, is estimated to hold up to 3.4 TCF of natural gas and 440 million barrels of oil. These reserves represent the country's most promising replacement for the Malampaya gas field, which currently supplies about 20% of the Philippines' electricity, but is projected to run dry by 2027. Developing Recto Bank is therefore a strategic imperative for Manila, not only to keep the lights on, but also to reduce dependence on imported fossil fuels and stabilize its fragile energy sector. Chinese interference here, through CNOOC-backed surveys and Coast Guard harassment, directly threatens the Philippines' energy future. Beyond hydrocarbons, the SCS is a hub of non-hydrocarbon wealth, particularly in fisheries. The region accounts for nearly 12% of the world's total fish catch, sustaining tens of millions of livelihoods across Southeast Asia. For countries like the Philippines and Vietnam, control over these fishing grounds is as much about food security as it is about sovereignty. Moreover, the seabed holds deposits of deep-sea minerals, such as polymetallic nodules and rare earth elements, resources that are increasingly vital for the global energy transition and high-tech industries. The convergence of oil, gas, fish, and minerals makes the SCS not just a maritime frontier, but a resource nexus of global consequence, where competition over wealth and security is inseparable. Among the littoral states of the South China Sea, the Philippines stands at the sharpest crossroads. With the Malampaya gas field set for depletion by 2027, failure to bring Recto Bank, Reed Bank SC-72, into production will leave Manila dangerously exposed. The fallback option is an accelerated shift to imported liquefied natural gas, LNG. But this comes at a steep price. Analysts warn that such dependence could drive power costs up by as much as 50%, straining households and industries already facing energy insecurity. For the Philippines, then, the ability to secure exploration rights in its EEZ is not merely about sovereignty, it is about economic survival and national energy security. Vietnam provides a telling case study of resistance and vulnerability in the face of China's offshore assertiveness. Hanoi has long contested Chinese activities around Vanguard Bank and has moved forward with projects like the Blue Whale gas field, its largest energy development to date. Yet when CNOOC has pushed aggressively into contested zones, Vietnam has sometimes been forced to suspend or retract exploration efforts under intense diplomatic and economic pressure from Beijing. This dynamic illustrates the stick side of China's policy, a combination of paramilitary intimidation at sea and political leverage onshore, designed to compel smaller states to defer to Beijing's terms or accept joint development under Chinese control. Other claimants adopt varied strategies shaped by their own circumstances. Malaysia continues to pursue offshore drilling, often through joint ventures in less contested areas, avoiding direct confrontation while still asserting its rights. Brunei, by contrast, remains the quietest claimant, generally prioritizing its economic relationship with China over public opposition, though its EEZ overlaps remain unresolved. Taiwan, excluded from ASEAN processes, retains control over Itu Aba, Taiping Island, the largest natural feature in the Spratlys, which it uses as a logistical hub for both civilian and paramilitary operations. These diverse approaches reveal a common thread. While all littoral states seek to secure their maritime entitlements, China's economic weight and coercive capacity force them to balance sovereignty claims against the risks of escalation. China's resource strategy in the South China Sea relies heavily on gray zone coercion, embodied in the so-called white hole strategy. Instead of deploying its navy outright, Beijing projects power through the China Coast Guard, CCG, and maritime militia vessels, often disguised as civilian fishing boats. This allows China to maintain a persistent and intimidating presence in contested waters, while avoiding the direct military escalation that the use of naval warships would trigger. The result is a climate of constant, low-level tension in which Chinese vessels outnumber, outmuscle, and outlast their Southeast Asian counterparts, establishing effective control without open conflict. A second instrument of coercion is economic deterrence targeted at foreign energy companies. International firms contracted by Manila to develop Service Contract 72, SC-72, such as Forum Energy, have been met with explicit Chinese threats of sanctions, harassment, or interference at sea. These warnings have proven effective. Many foreign partners, wary of jeopardizing their access to the Chinese market or risking confrontation, have withdrawn or suspended operations. This tactic deprives the Philippines of the foreign investment, advanced drilling technology, and deep water expertise needed to bring Reed Bank's resources online, tightening Beijing's grip on Manila's energy future. At the core of this struggle lies the Malampaya replacement dilemma. With Malampaya nearing depletion, SC-72 at Recto Bank represents the Philippines' best hope for new domestic energy production. Yet, despite its legal entitlement under UNCLOS and the 2016 arbitral ruling, the Philippines license holder remains unable to proceed. The reason is stark. Chinese government vessels maintain a continuous, obstructive presence within the contract area, blocking survey work and intimidating support ships. This deliberate interference directly undermines the Philippines' sovereign rights to explore and exploit its EEZ resources, highlighting how China uses a blend of paramilitary power and economic pressure to turn international law into an abstraction while reshaping realities at sea. The battle over hydrocarbon resources in the South China Sea is inseparable from the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration, PCA, ruling.
The new government here in Manila is grappling with what might be called catastrophic success. What comes next is obviously going to be a delicate balancing act. It is a time for cool heads, and Manila is sensibly, I think, being careful not to flaunt its legal victory. It's very important at this stage not to do anything that could give China a pretext for escalation.
On July 12, 2016, the tribunal ruled overwhelmingly in favor of the Philippines, finding that China's claims to historic rights within the 9-dash line had no legal basis under UNCLOS. Crucially, the PCA explicitly determined that Mischief Reef, Second Thomas Shoal, and Recto Bank, Reed Bank, were submerged features within the Philippines' EEZ and continental shelf, giving Manila sole entitlement to explore and exploit resources there. Yet China rejected the award outright, dismissing it as null and void and without binding force. This outright rejection highlights Beijing's core strategy: prioritize unilateral national claims and on-water enforcement over adherence to international legal norms, even as it remains a signatory to UNCLOS. China's aggressive expansion of offshore exploration in the SCS is driven by a convergence of strategic necessity and opportunity. First, its domestic reserves are depleting. As the world's largest oil importer, China consumed over 12.8 million barrels per day in 2018, with demand only rising since. This dependency has created a profound sense of vulnerability and a pressing need to secure nearby energy supplies. Second, Beijing has exploited the post-pandemic geopolitical vacuum. As Southeast Asian states prioritize economic recovery, and the international spotlight shifts toward crises like the war in Ukraine and Middle East instability, China has pushed harder to entrench itself in contested waters. Finally, advances in deep-sea drilling technology have empowered the China National Offshore Oil Corporation to operate in previously inaccessible basins. For Southeast Asian littoral states, the future is defined by a dual challenge: balancing the urgent need to tap offshore resources against the risk of Chinese retaliation and coercion. Vietnam's clashes over Vanguard Bank, Malaysia's cautious joint ventures, and the Philippines' stalled SC-72 all illustrate this dilemma. Beijing often promotes joint development agreements as a solution, but these arrangements typically require claimant states to set aside the PCA ruling or implicitly concede Chinese claims. Such deals amount to a joint development trap, offering short-term energy gains while eroding long-term sovereign rights. Against this backdrop, many littoral states increasingly depend on external powers. The United States, through its freedom of navigation operations and its alliance commitments, e.g., the 1951 U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty, provides a crucial deterrence shield. Yet sustaining this balance requires constant engagement from Washington and its partners. Absent such backing, Southeast Asian states risk being isolated and pressured into compliance with Beijing's terms. At its core, the CNOOC presence in the Philippine EEZ is not a simple matter of commercial exploration, but the front line of a grand strategy to transform the legally invalid 9-dash line into a practical maritime boundary enforced by power. This conflict embodies the tension between international law and coercive state practice. The world faces a stark choice: to uphold the rules-based order anchored in UNCLOS and the PCA ruling, or to allow a state-owned enterprise, backed by military force, to redefine sovereignty unilaterally through coercion and resource extraction. The stakes are enormous, not only for the Philippines and its energy security, but for the credibility of international law itself. Ultimately, the fate of Recto Bank will serve as the clearest barometer of the international community's resolve and the future balance of power in the Indo-Pacific. If you liked the video, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe our channel for deep analysis of contemporary issues.
Now, the Philippines.
Philippines first on oil and gas development.
Oil exploration shares were the best performers at the Philippine Stock Exchange.
The Philippines remains heavily dependent on imported fuels to meet its energy needs, a reality that continues to strain the country's energy security and economic stability. As of 2024, fossil fuels made up 79% of the nation's electricity generation, with coal accounting for 63%, 83% of which was imported, mainly from Indonesia. Over half of the country's total primary energy supply is imported, as confirmed by DOE Secretary Rafael Latilla. The steady expansion of LNG import terminals, 2 operational and 4 more under construction, reflects this reliance, as dwindling domestic gas supplies are being replaced by costlier, volatile imports. This high dependency leaves the country vulnerable to global fuel price shocks, as previously seen during the 2022 to 2023 energy crunch. Simultaneously, electricity demand is rising rapidly. The Department of Energy projects that the country's power demand will more than triple by 2040, reaching 54,655 megawatts, a 5% average annual growth. This surging demand underscores the urgent need for stable and affordable energy, not just for industrial growth, but also for consumer welfare. Business groups like the Makati Business Club emphasize the importance of balancing energy affordability with climate action. The DOE's push for least-cost energy options and its ongoing rural electrification efforts, targeting the remaining 6% of unelectrified households, aim to both uplift communities and generate long-term economic returns, with a projected 400 billion pesos in national economic gains. The country's energy crisis has been further aggravated by the steady decline of its only major indigenous energy source, the Malampaya gas field. From powering up to 40% of Luzon's electricity demand at its peak, Malampaya's current output stands at just 1.2 to 1.3 gigawatts, or roughly 10 to 20% of Luzon's power needs. Without intervention, the gas field was expected to be depleted by the late 2020s. This looming shortfall prompted the renewal of Service Contract 38 until 2039, allowing further exploration, including Phase 4 drilling. In the meantime, the country's fallback on imported LNG has exposed consumers to volatile electricity pricing, as evidenced during the 2022-2023 spike in global LNG costs, which forced power producers to seek rate hikes. Discovered in 1989 and brought into commercial production in 2002, Malampaya has long been the backbone of the Philippines' energy security. It remains the only commercial indigenous source of natural gas in the country, making its decline particularly concerning. Recognizing this, the government passed the Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act, RA 12120. In early 2025, prioritizing the use of locally sourced natural gas over imported LNG. The DOE continues to view Malampaya as a strategic asset not only for its supply potential, but also as a cleaner alternative to coal and fuel oil, supporting the country's transition toward a more sustainable energy mix. Natural gas from Malampaya is also vital from an environmental standpoint. When burned, it emits far fewer greenhouse gases than coal or oil, making it a critical transition fuel in the country's pathway to cleaner energy. At full capacity, Malampaya displaces an estimated 1.35 million kilograms of carbon dioxide per hour compared to coal-based generation. In 2023, natural gas accounted for 22% of the national power mix, an essential bridge in the shift from fossil-heavy energy toward renewable sources. While renewables remain a long-term goal, the immediate challenge remains ensuring uninterrupted, affordable, and cleaner power supply, and Malampaya continues to be at the heart of that equation. The Malampaya Deepwater gas-to-power project remains a cornerstone of the Philippines' energy infrastructure, though its original promise is now challenged by declining reserves. Initially developed as a multi-billion-dollar joint venture between Shell, Chevron, and PNOC, the project is now operated by Prime Energy Resources Development BV, a unit of Enrique Razon Jr.'s Prime Infra. It partners with UC38 LLC, formerly part of Udenacor, and retains a 10% stake held by the state-owned Philippine National Oil Company, Exploration Corporation. Prime Energy has reaffirmed its commitment to drill new deep water wells and begin delivering commercial gas from Phase 4 by 2026, signaling a renewed push for energy self-sufficiency. Malampaya's infrastructure remains one of the most advanced in the country. Gas is extracted from an offshore platform, funneled through a 504 kilometers subsea pipeline, and processed at an onshore gas plant in Batangas City. This gas has powered major Batangas-based plants, including Santa, Rita, San Lorenzo, Ilijan, San Gabriel, and Avion, with a combined capacity of around 3,200 megawatts. However, dwindling reserves have reduced Malampaya's actual output. As of May 2025, it supplies only 1.2 to 1.3 gigawatts to the Luzon grid, down sharply from its peak when it fueled up to 40% of Luzon's electricity. The Department of Energy aims to raise this output to as much as 1.7 gigawatts with the completion of Phase 4. The urgency behind this expansion stems from Malampaya's natural decline. Projections indicate that gas production could drop from 2.13 billion cubic meters in 2024 to just 0.94 billion cubic meters by 2033, a 56% decrease. Without new drilling, estimates once warned of complete depletion by 2027, or even earlier. Recognizing this, the government renewed Service Contract 38, SC38, until 2039, allowing room for further exploration and development, including the ongoing MP4 initiative. If no substantial domestic replacement is found, the shortfall will increasingly be met by imported LNG, exposing the country to volatile global prices and threatening energy security and affordability. Earlier efforts to extend the field's life include Malampaya, phases 2 and 3. MP2, completed in 2013, involved drilling 2 new production wells, while MP3, completed in 2015, featured the construction of the first fully Philippine-built offshore depletion compression platform. These upgrades were designed to stabilize production rates by maintaining reservoir pressure. While they successfully prolonged Malampaya's output, they couldn't reverse its overall decline, necessitating the high-stakes Phase 4. Without its success, the country may face rising electricity prices and power supply instability, both of which disproportionately affect ordinary Filipino households and businesses already burdened by global market fluctuations. The arrival of the Noble Viking, a 7th-generation drill ship, on June 19, 2025, at the Bagong Pag-asa drill site offshore Palawan, marked a major milestone in the Philippines' energy history. This event officially launched Malampaya Phase 4, the next chapter in revitalizing the country's only indigenous natural gas source. Department of Energy DOE officials described the occasion as not just a technical undertaking, but a symbol of national resolve to secure energy independence. This moment reflects a renewed national commitment to securing the Philippines' long-term energy security, said DOE officer in charge Sharon S. Guerin, emphasizing both the public-private partnership and its broader significance to Filipino consumers and industries. Malampaya Phase 4 involves drilling 3 new wells, Camago 3, Malampaya East 1, and Bagong Pag-asa 1, with the goal of extending the life of the aging gas field beyond its projected depletion window. Camago 3 and Malampaya East 1 are development wells designed to connect with existing infrastructure on the Malampaya shallow water platform. In contrast, Bagong Pag-asa 1 is an exploration well situated 15 kilometers away, tasked with uncovering potential new reserves of gas or oil. Prime Energy Resources Development, led by Tycoon Enrique Razon Jr., is spearheading the operation under Service Contract 38. The company has partnered with global players such as Noble Corporation, OneSubsea, and All Seas for key components like the drill ship, subsea production systems, and offshore pipelaying. The Department of Energy has confirmed that first gas from these wells is expected by the fourth quarter of 2026. To accelerate the process, the Malampaya Phase 4 project was designated as an Energy Project of National Significance, EPNS, in October 2024, allowing for fast-tracked permitting and demonstrating the government's prioritization of the endeavor. The timely success of MP4 is critical not just for maintaining the Luzon grid's reliability, but also for reducing reliance on expensive imported LNG, which exposes the country to global price swings and supply chain risks. At the core of this initiative is the Noble Viking itself, one of the most advanced offshore drilling vessels in the world. As a seventh-generation drill ship, it is equipped to operate in water depths up to 12,000 feet and drill as deep as 40,000 feet. It boasts a high-specification blowout preventer BOP system rated at 15,000 psi and features cutting-edge control technologies. These capabilities make it especially suited for deep-water, high-pressure environments like those found in the Malampaya concession. This level of sophistication reflects the sheer technical demands and risks involved in offshore gas extraction. The Malampaya Phase 4 campaign is not just a test of engineering, it is a high-stakes national effort that requires intense coordination, specialized expertise, and state-of-the-art equipment. Offshore operations will involve the installation of approximately 17 kilometers of corrosion-resistant alloy, CRA flow lines, 6 pipeline end terminations, 45 kilometers of umbilicals, and over 20 flying leads, in addition to complex subsea jumpers. These components, sourced and installed through contractors like All Seas and supported by Prime Energy's global partners, highlight the enormous logistical and technological effort underway. As DOE OIC Guerin noted, offshore drilling is a high-risk, highly technical endeavor. Yet your dedication and resilience bring this mission to life. With MP4 now in motion, the Philippines takes a bold step toward energy resilience, technological advancement, and securing power for generations to come. Malampaya Phase 4 MP4 represents a pivotal development for the Philippines' energy security. As the only commercial source of indigenous natural gas, Malampaya plays a critical role in reducing the nation's dependence on imported fuels, such as coal and liquefied natural gas, LNG. With volatile global fuel prices and the Philippines' historical vulnerability to supply disruptions, the extension of Malampaya's lifespan through MP4 directly enhances national resilience. According to the Department of Energy, DOE, the project could boost output to 1.5 to 1.7 gigawatts for the Luzon grid, mitigating the need for expensive imports and cushioning consumers and industries against future price shocks. As DOE OIC Sharon Guerin affirmed, MP4 strengthens energy security and supports both jobs and consumers. Beyond stability, MP4 is a major economic catalyst. The project generates both direct and indirect employment across sectors, from rig workers and engineers to local service providers in Palawan and Batangas. While the exact job numbers for MP4 are still emerging, earlier Malampaya phases, like the Philippine-built depletion compression platform, set precedents for strong local participation. MP4 also ensures the continuation of massive government revenues from Malampaya, which has already delivered over $13.8 billion to public coffers since 2001. These funds are vital for infrastructure, social services, and national development. Moreover, the technical demands of the drilling campaign, featuring the 7th-generation Noble Viking drill ship and advanced subsea systems, provide opportunities for Filipino professionals to acquire cutting-edge skills and benefit from technology transfer. Environmentally, MP4 supports the Philippines' transition to a cleaner energy future. Natural gas emits significantly less CO2, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxides compared to coal, making it a strategic bridge fuel as the country ramps up its renewable energy targets. 35% by 2030, and 50% by 2040. The Marcos administration views gas as essential to maintaining grid stability while solar and wind capacity scale up. As Prime Energy's CEO Donna Quizon Cruz noted, indigenous natural gas is the cleanest, most climate-resilient fossil fuel for power generation. In this context, MP4 helps strike a balance between immediate power needs and long-term climate goals. However, offshore drilling is not without risk. MP4 takes place in the West Philippine Sea, a biodiversity hotspot where environmental incidents could have serious ecological consequences. Gas flaring, methane leakage, and potential oil spills are real threats associated with such operations. DOE officials, including OIC Sharon Garin, have acknowledged the high-risk nature of deep-water drilling, emphasizing the need for technical excellence and safety. Environmental groups remain vocal about the dangers, citing reports like Offshore Off-Limits, which highlight the long-term impacts of marine drilling on fragile ecosystems. To address these concerns, MP4 has undergone a rigorous environmental impact assessment, a mandatory step in securing operational permits. The recent Philippine Natural Gas Industry Development Act, RA 12120, signed in January 2025, further empowers the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, DENR, to enforce stricter emissions and safety standards. Prime Energy, the project operator, is expected to maintain adherence to international environmental and safety protocols following the legacy of previous operator Shell. The advanced control systems and monitoring technologies integrated into Malampaya's infrastructure are designed precisely to prevent accidents, minimize emissions, and protect marine habitats, making MP4 not just a symbol of energy independence, but also of responsible stewardship.
The Pentagon has proposed to open a new fuel depot in southern Philippines by 2028. The Philippine military welcomes this development.
The greater risk to our security is the lack of a credible deterrence. These facilities will help allow the AFP to perform and to sustain its operations.
Imagine a warship, big, powerful, loaded with missiles. Now imagine it runs out of fuel 4,000 miles from the nearest gas station. That warship is not powerful anymore. It is a very expensive piece of floating metal. America knows this. China knows this. And that is exactly why what just happened in the Philippines matters more than any fighter jet or military exercise you have heard about this week. On March 31st, 2026, the United States Defense Logistics Agency quietly published a contractor solicitation. No press conference, no headlines, just a simple government notice looking for bids to build a fuel depot along the western coast of the Davao Gulf in Mindanao, Philippines. 977,000 barrels of capacity, 41 million gallons of naval and aviation fuel. Operational by April 2028. This is not routine. This is the United States drawing the final line in a fuel arc that stretches from Australia all the way to the edge of the South China Sea. And Davao, a city that most Americans cannot find on a map, is the keystone. If America's biggest weapon is not a missile, it's a fuel pump, then subscribe. Because this is the story nobody else is telling. Here is a fact that keeps American military planners awake at night. Hawaii, America's main Pacific hub, is 5,300 miles from the South China Sea. That is roughly the distance from London to New York. Twice. In a real conflict in the Western Pacific, American ships and aircraft would need fuel constantly. And getting that fuel from Hawaii to the fight would take days. Days that could decide the outcome of a war. The Pentagon has a term for this problem. They call it the tyranny of distance. For decades, America's answer was one massive facility in Hawaii, the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility. Built during World War II, buried in volcanic rock, it once held 250 million gallons. It was America's fuel vault for the entire Pacific. Then it leaked. In 2021, fuel from the aging facility contaminated the water supply of over 93,000 people on Oahu. Military families, civilians, children. People reported rashes, vomiting, neurological symptoms. The Navy initially resisted. Then the investigations began. Then the defueling orders came. By 2024, Red Hill was empty. America's great Pacific fuel reserve was gone, and Washington had to build something smarter, something that could not be destroyed by a single Chinese missile strike. Military strategists call it distributed logistics. The idea is simple. Do not keep all your fuel in one place. Spread it across dozens of smaller depots. Each one is a harder target. Each one extends the reach of your forces. Together, they form a web that is nearly impossible to break. Since 2023, America has been building exactly that web, quietly, methodically, across the Indo-Pacific. It starts in Darwin, Australia, a fuel depot already operational at the Royal Australian Air Force Base. Joint US-Australian. Tested. Running. Then Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea.
As discussed, we're facing a profoundly consequential moment here in the Indo-Pacific and accordingly in the world.
In September 2025, Admiral Samuel Paparo, the commander of all U.S. forces in the Pacific, personally attended the groundbreaking of a new $400 million fuel storage facility capable of storing 70 million gallons. The U.S. ambassador called it one of the most consequential developments in our security partnership in the last 80 years. DLA Energy exists to provide America's warfighters with timely and reliable access to fuel, said Navy Rear Admiral George Bresnahan, the Defense Logistics Agency Energy Commander, during his South Pacific tour in late 2025. Maintaining a decentralized network of fuel support points enables our team to deliver global energy solutions for sustained operational readiness. Darwin, Port Moresby, and now Davao. Three points. One arc. All positioned southeast of the first island chain, out of range of China's medium-range missile arsenal, but close enough to sustain American forces operating deep in the contested Western Pacific. Look at a map. Davao sits at the northern edge of the Salib Sea. To its west is the Sulu Sea. Both of these are critical maritime choke points, transit corridors that connect the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean, through which U.S. carrier strike groups regularly move. The The strategic consideration of a forward-based refueling hub in the Gulf of Davao is a tactical realignment and quick access to the Sulu Sea and Salib Sea, which are vital transient routes for commercial and military vessels, said Professor Chester Cabalza, founder of the International Development and Security Cooperation think tank in Manila. In plain language, a carrier strike group sailing from the Pacific toward the South China Sea passes directly by this region. Right now, it has to stop in Manila or Subic Bay to refuel, ports that sit dangerously close to the range of Chinese missiles. The Davao Depot changes that calculation entirely. Once activated, as USNI News reports, the Davao DFSP will enable U.S. naval vessels to receive fuel products at an alternative point away from the South China Sea facing ports of Subic and Manila, which may be exposed in a potential conflict with China. Half of the fuel will be naval-grade F-76 for warships. The other half will be aviation-grade JP-5 for carrier-based aircraft. This is not logistics support for peacetime exercises. This is war readiness fuel, pre-positioned for a contingency. And in a war, that distinction matters enormously.
The greater risk to our security is the lack of a credible deterrence. These facilities will help allow the AFP to perform and to sustain its operations.
Not everyone in Manila sees this the same way. The armed forces of the Philippines welcomed the depot. Rear Admiral Roy Vincent Trinidad, the Philippine Navy's West Philippine Sea spokesman, was direct. The greater risk is to have no deterrence at all. So, we welcome these facilities, he said. These are Philippine facilities. Philippine-controlled facilities, he added. Citing the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, and the Visiting Forces Agreement as the legal framework. AFP Chief General Romeo Bronner echoed this at a maritime security symposium at Camp Aguinaldo. Maritime security is both a national duty and a shared responsibility, he said. But inside the Philippine Congress, the reaction was different. A CT Teachers Party List representative Antonio Tinio went directly for the jugular. This planned U.S. military oil depot is not about helping Filipinos. It is about securing fuel for U.S. warships and aircraft as part of Washington's forward-based refueling chain in the Western Pacific, Tinio said. It deepens our entanglement in great power rivalry and turns parts of Mindanao into a forward operating platform for war.
Well, ang usapin dito ay pagpapanagot sa Vice Presidente. So, yun ang dapat na focus natin.
He added, fuel depots are prime military targets. Building a U.S.-controlled refueling hub in the Davao Gulf effectively paints a bullseye on communities that simply want peace, jobs, and basic services. Tinio raised a point that is uncomfortable, but real. He pointed out that Filipino families were struggling with high fuel prices and an energy crisis, while the government appeared to be welcoming a massive fuel facility for a foreign military. Ginagawang bodega ng crudo para sa digma ang Davao, he said in Filipino. Davao is being turned into a crude warehouse for war. This tension between strategic deterrence and sovereign risk is not unique to the Philippines. It is the permanent condition of every small nation caught between great powers. And it has no clean answer. Beijing is watching. China has spent the last decade building the most sophisticated anti-access area denial network in military history. It is called A2AD, and its purpose is simple: to keep American forces so far from China's coastline that, in a conflict, the U.S. cannot intervene in time. At the center of this strategy is the missile. China's DF-21D anti-ship ballistic missile, the so-called carrier killer, has a range of roughly 900 miles. Its DF-26 reaches further still, perhaps 2,500 miles. These weapons are designed to hold American carriers, bases, and fuel depots in the Philippines at risk. But Davao sits outside the reliable strike envelope of China's medium-range systems, just barely. The geography is not perfect, but it is better than Subic, better than Manila. And paired with Darwin and Port Moresby, it creates redundancy that A2AD was not designed to defeat. China's response, predictably, has been to accelerate its own maritime assertiveness. In March 2026 alone, a Chinese warship locked its fire control radar on a Philippine naval vessel near Sabina Shoal. Chinese Coast Guard ships fired flares directly at Philippine patrol aircraft over Panganiban Reef. Chinese maritime militia vessels harassed Filipino fishermen in waters the Philippines legally owns. The message from Beijing is consistent: this is our backyard. Back off. The message from Washington, written not in press releases but in contractor bids and fuel specifications, is equally clear: we are staying. We are fueling up. And we are not going anywhere. Wars, as every serious military historian will tell you, are won by logistics. Not by the fighter with the most courage, not by the general with the most brilliant plan. By the army that can keep its men fed, its tanks fueled, and its ammunition flowing, longer and better than the other side. Napoleon failed in Russia because he could not feed his army. Japan lost the Pacific War because American submarines cut its supply lines. The Wehrmacht ground to a halt in North Africa because of fuel. America knows this history. China knows it too. What Washington is building right now, quietly, methodically, through Defense Logistics Agency contractor bids and bilateral defense agreements, is not a forward base for aggression. It is a strategic guarantee. It is the infrastructure that says, even if China fires the first shot, we will still be operational a month later. Darwin, Port Moresby, Davao. 3 fuel depots. 3 points on a map. Each one is, by itself, a mundane logistics facility. Together, they represent something else entirely. They represent the conclusion, drawn in Washington after careful deliberation, that the most important military question of the next 20 years is not who has the most missiles, but who can keep fighting when the missiles run out. America's answer is us, because we will have the fuel. And the Philippines, whether every Filipino politician agrees or not, is at the center of that answer. Here is what we know. On March 31st, 2026, a government contractor notice appeared on a U.S. Defense Agency website. It asked for bids on a fuel depot in Davao del Sur. Most people never read it. Most people never will. But in that dry, bureaucratic document was a decision that will shape the South China Sea for decades. The U.S. Air Force can fly its F-22s to Basa Air Base. The U.S. Navy can sail its destroyers through the West Philippine Sea. The U.S. Army can run its exercises at Clark. But none of that power means anything if the fuel runs out on day 6 of a conflict. The Davao Depot is America's answer to that problem. It is unglamorous. It is unsexy. It will never trend on social media. But it may be the most important military decision the United States has made in the Indo-Pacific in years. Because in the end, wars are not won by the side with the best weapons. Wars are won by the side that can keep those weapons running. If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion. On March 28, 2026, Philippine and Chinese officials sat down in a room in Fujian, China. On the table, our oil. Oil sitting under waters we legally won at The Hague in 2016. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened in that room.
Good morning.
What Marcos said publicly. What China demanded in return. What 6 billion barrels of Philippine oil actually means. And the 3 ways this ends, none of them clean. Let's go. 2 days ago, Quanzhou City, Fujian Province, China. Philippine and Chinese officials sat in back-to-back meetings. The 24th Foreign Ministry consultations and the 11th bilateral consultation mechanism on the South China Sea. 2 meetings. 2 days. The first serious talks in nearly 4 years. The DFA called it initial exchanges on potential oil and gas cooperation. Sound harmless? It is not. In diplomatic language, initial exchanges means we agreed this is on the table. Here is what Marcos said publicly, on the record, just 4 days before the Fujian meeting.
Given the geopolitical chaos, is there reason to think that there needs to be a reset in relations with China?
I think it's certainly going to happen. I don't think that's something that that is like an option. It's happening now. There's going to be a very, very serious restructuring. I remember I was watching Prime Minister Wong from Singapore, and he was saying we will have to redraw all of our even our legal relationships in terms of the international law, in terms of all of these things. They will have a lasting effect, and there will have to be a new normal.
That's something we've been talking about for a great deal. But the territorial disputes get in the way of that. Maybe this will provide the impetus for both sides to come to an agreement.
In accordance with international and Philippine national laws, we are proceeding according to our planned route. Request to stay clear from our passage in accordance with collision regulation. Over.
President Marcos Bloomberg, March 24th, 2026. Notice the word he chose. Impetus. Not possibility. Not hope. Impetus, a force strong enough to finally move something that has been stuck for years.
Would you consider developing gas resources with China in the disputed regions, areas in the South China Sea? Is that something you might consider?
That's something that we've been talking about for a great deal. But the territorial disputes will get in the way of that. Maybe this will provide impetus for both sides to come to an agreement.
China responded 2 days later. Calm on the surface, strategic underneath. Setting aside differences and pursuing joint development is the right path to uphold peace and stability in the South China Sea. Chinese Embassy, Manila, March 26, 2026. Setting aside differences. 3 words that do enormous work. Because the difference they want to set aside is our 2016 legal victory. Back in Manila, rumors spread fast. The palace moved quickly to deny everything. Wala po siyang secret deal. Presidential spokesperson, March 29, 2026. No secret deal. But in the same statement, the DFA confirmed the oil talks happened. Officials described them as exploratory, and a bilateral foreign ministers meeting between Secretary Lazaro and China's Wang Yi is now scheduled within the year. Exploratory. Ministers meeting. Within the year. That is not the language of nothing happened. To understand why Marcos flew to Fujian, you need to understand what is happening right now to every Filipino family. 98%. The Philippines imports almost all of its oil. When the United States and Israel struck Iran in late February, and Tehran closed the Strait of Hormuz, that was not an abstract geopolitical event for us. It was a direct hit on our fuel supply. On March 24, Marcos declared a national energy emergency. The first time that has ever happened in Philippine history. 45 days of oil left, and the clock is moving faster every day. People felt it immediately. Diesel crossed 144 peso a liter, gasoline above 100 peso, kerosene at 165 peso. Transport drivers went on strike. Malls cut their operating hours just to save electricity. Government warned inflation could hit double digits. 425 gas stations across the country closed. Not by choice, out of supply. This is not abstract economics. This is daily life getting harder every hour. So here is the situation.
The number of gas stations which closed due to supply constraints has dropped to 365 from the previous 425.
The Philippines is running out of oil. Gas stations are closing. Inflation risks are rising. And beneath the seabed of the West Philippine Sea, inside waters legally recognized as ours, sits one of the largest untapped energy reserves in Asia. That is the real reason Marcos went to Fujian. Let's talk about what is actually sitting under our waters. Because the numbers are extraordinary. 6 billion barrels of oil, 12,000 billion cubic feet of natural gas. Inside our waters. Under international law, ours. Now zoom in further to Recto Bank. Reed Bank, one location. Recto Bank alone could hold more natural gas than the Malampaya field has ever produced. Malampaya has powered Luzon for decades. Think about that. The answer to our energy crisis may already be sitting under our own waters. So why aren't we drilling it? One reason. China. China has prevented the Philippines from exploiting its own oil and gas reserves inside its EEZ through the effective use of threats and coercion, making it seem too risky or costly to engage in legitimate exploration activities. China did not invade. They did not fire a missile. They just made drilling feel too dangerous, too expensive, too risky for years. And now, at the exact moment the Philippines is most desperate, they are offering to help us drill it. This is not the first time we have been here. During the Duterte administration, the Philippines and China got very close to a joint exploration deal. It was discussed. Frameworks were drafted. An agreement was reached in 2018 between Xi Jinping and Rodrigo Duterte personally. Then, in 2022, as Duterte was leaving office, the talks collapsed. Constitutional concerns. Sovereignty questions. The deal was terminated. Beijing noticed. And Beijing remembered. China was concerned about the Philippines' consistency in previous agreements, citing policy reversals and flip-flopping since initial engagements in 2013. That is why China is now saying, show us sincerity first. And sincerity, in their terms, means stop publicly exposing our ships. Stop the live streams. Stop calling out Chinese actions in the West Philippine Sea. The Marcos transparency policy, which built enormous international support for the Philippines, is now their bargaining chip. The Philippine Constitution is clear. Natural resources inside Philippine territory are national patrimony. They belong to every Filipino, living and future. Any deal that compromises sovereign rights is unconstitutional. Retired Supreme Court Justice Antonio Carpio said it plainly. The vast resources of the West Philippine Sea form part of the nation's patrimony, assets that belong not only to today's Filipinos, but to generations yet to come. Failing to defend them would mean surrendering both opportunity and sovereignty.
Below the surface of the water throughout the year. That's contrary to international law. You cannot claim a submerged area beyond your territorial sea as part of your border.
Supreme Court Justice Antonio Carpio there is one more thing worth saying. More than 50 years ago, during the 1973 oil crisis, the Philippines faced a shockingly similar situation. Fuel prices surged. Imports became uncertain. The country struggled with its heavy dependence on foreign oil. That president was Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Today, half a century later, same crisis, same surname, same unresolved vulnerability. History does not repeat, but sometimes it rhymes very closely. So where does this go? There are three paths. None of them are easy. None of them are clean. China gets access. The Philippines gets oil. In the short term, the crisis eases. Fuel prices stabilize. The pressure comes down. But in the long term, the 2016 arbitral ruling is quietly weakened. Future governments inherit a harder position to defend. The U.S. alliance is tested. And China establishes a precedent that the right crisis at the right moment can unlock what years of military pressure could not. China's demand to show sincerity is really a demand to go quiet. The Marcos administration cannot do that without losing domestic legitimacy and the international support it has built. So talks break down. Again, the energy crisis deepens. Inflation hits double digits. China watches and waits for the next crisis. Both sides agree to continue exploring cooperation. Committees are formed. A foreign ministers' meeting happens. Statements are issued about confidence building. But no real drilling begins. No binding agreement takes shape. The Philippines buys oil from Russia instead. Tensions in the West Philippine Sea resume unresolved, as always. The reopening of talks is very late in the day, and it is not clear whether Manila's renewed engagement would be sustained. All three scenarios share one truth. None of them solve the actual problem. The Philippines' energy dependence, unchanged since 1973, remains unresolved. Here is what I believe. The Philippines is in a desperate situation, not of its own making. The energy crisis is real. The pain is real. 144 peso diesel is real. 425 closed gas stations is real. 45 days on the clock is real. But history has a very clear lesson about what happens when the Philippines negotiates with China from a position of desperation. We have done it before, with Scarborough Shoal in 2012, with the 2018 Duterte deal. Both times, we bent toward Beijing. Both times, we gained nothing. And both times, we lost ground we have never recovered. The question here is not whether Marcos should talk to China. The question is, what is he willing to give away to end this crisis? Because China already knows the answer. They set this price before the talks even started. I want to know what you think. Should Marcos do a deal with China on the West Philippine Sea oil? Yes. We need the energy. Or no, not at the cost of our sovereignty. Tell me in the comments. And if you want to follow this story as it develops, because it will, make sure you are subscribed. I will have the next update the moment something moves. Marcos just flew to China for secret oil talks. The West Philippine Sea holds 6 billion barrels of oil. Oil that belongs to us under international law. We won it at The Hague in 2016. We are 45 days from running out of fuel. Gas stations are already closing. Diesel is 144 peso a liter. And China is saying, we will help you drill it. But first, show us sincerity. Stop exposing our ships. Go quiet. Is this a deal or a surrender? In 2023, the Philippines was still heavily reliant on fossil fuels, with coal accounting for 78% of its electricity generation. However, the government has been actively working to transition toward cleaner energy sources. The Philippine Energy Plan PEP 2020 to 2040 sets an ambitious goal of achieving a 35% share of renewable energy in the power generation mix by 2040. Oil and gas exploration plays a critical role in the Philippines' efforts to diversify its energy sources. The country has significant untapped reserves, especially in offshore areas. By exploring these resources, the Philippines can boost its energy security, reduce dependence on imported energy, stabilize prices, and lower its trade deficit. The development of domestic oil and gas resources could also have a significant economic impact, by the help of which it could create jobs, attract foreign investments, and generate revenue through taxes and royalties. Additionally, by reducing energy costs, currently among the highest in the region, oil and gas exploration can enhance economic stability. By 2024, the Philippines made considerable progress in its energy sector. The government has introduced policies to attract foreign investments, including amendments to the Foreign Investment Act, which now allows 100% foreign ownership of domestic enterprises. This move has drawn significant international interest, such as Actis's $600 million investment in a solar mega project in partnership with Manila Electric Company, Meralco, and Solar Philippines New Energy Corporation. Additionally, the Philippines has strengthened its economic ties with Gulf countries, notably Saudi Arabia and the UAE. A landmark energy cooperation agreement was signed, focusing on joint efforts in petroleum, gas, renewable energy, and energy efficiency. This collaboration aims to raise the share of renewables in the Philippines' energy mix to 50% by 2040. Oil and gas exploration remains a high priority for the Philippines, with the government committed to sustainable and resilient energy strategies. The economic benefits of these initiatives are expected to be significant, contributing to the country's long-term growth and supporting its development goals. Oil and gas exploration in the Philippines has a long history, dating back to 1896 with the drilling of the Toledo 1 well on Cebu Island by Smith and Bell. Exploration expanded significantly between the 1950s and 1970s under the Petroleum Act of 1949. In 1973, the current service contract system was introduced through the Oil Exploration and Development Act of 1972. The first major oil discovery in the country was the Nido oil field, located in the northwest Palawan shelf. Other significant discoveries followed, including the Camago 1 well in 1989, the West Linapacan field in 1990, and the Malampaya gas field in 1991, which remains the largest gas find in the country. The Malampaya gas field, discovered by Shell Philippine Exploration BV in Occidental Philippines in 1991, holds proven reserves of 2.7 to 3.2 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Production began in 2001, and by 2017, the field had already produced 1.94 trillion cubic feet of gas and 75 million barrels of condensate. The gas from Malampaya supplies 5 power plants in Batangas, providing a cleaner energy source for the Philippines. Other key finds include the Camago 1 well, which revealed oil and a thick layer of natural gas, and the West Linapacan field, which began production in 1992 but ceased operations in 1996. However, the oil and gas industry in the Philippines has faced significant challenges. Despite its potential, the industry remains underexplored and underfunded. Security concerns, limited infrastructure, and geopolitical issues, particularly regarding reserves located in disputed areas like the Spratly Islands, have hindered exploration efforts. Additionally, the Philippines still relies heavily on imports for its crude, oil, and petroleum products due to lower domestic production. By 2024, new developments were underway. The Department of Energy approved several new areas for exploration, including inland fields and offshore basins such as the northern province of Cagayan, Ragay Gulf and Bicol, offshore Mindoro, the new Palawan Block, northern Cebu, and the Cotabato Basin.
As I sign this SC38 renewal agreement, we also lay stress on the administration's commitment to actively pursuing the exploration, development, and utilization of the country's indigenous energy resources and to optimize our energy mix.
In another promising development, researchers discovered evidence of gas hydrates in the Manila Trench, estimating that 15,400 square kilometers of the area may contain these substances, which are considered an unconventional energy resource with great potential. The Philippines is actively advancing its oil and gas exploration projects to reduce its reliance on imported fuel. The Department of Energy, DOE, has launched 2 predetermined areas, PDAs, for petroleum development, focusing on the northwest Palawan and southern Cebu basins. In addition, 2 PDAs for native hydrogen exploration have been established in southern Zambales and South Cebu, reflecting the country's growing interest in alternative energy sources. Several key areas are central to ongoing exploration efforts. The Malampaya gas field, located off the northeastern coast of Palawan, remains a priority. Although its gas reserves are projected to deplete by 2027, efforts are underway to extend the life of this crucial resource. The northwest Palawan region, 60 kilometers off the northern coast of Busuanga Island and covering 100,000 hectares, is another focus of petroleum exploration. In southern Cebu, both onshore and offshore areas are being explored for petroleum and native hydrogen. Additionally, despite territorial disputes, the Spratly Islands are viewed as a potential site for future oil and gas exploration. Technological advancements are playing a critical role in enhancing exploration efforts. The use of digital twins, virtual models of drilling rigs and other assets, helps improve operational efficiency and predict maintenance needs. Wearable technology, such as smart helmets and vests, along with robotics, is being deployed to boost safety and efficiency. Internet of Things devices and sensors are being used to monitor operations in real time, while big data analytics helps process large volumes of information for better decision-making and early problem detection. Automation and artificial intelligence, AI, are also being integrated to streamline operations and reduce costs. The Philippines' ongoing oil and gas exploration projects have the potential to significantly boost the economy by creating thousands of jobs, increasing government revenue through taxes and royalties, and reducing the country's reliance on imported energy. These projects have the potential to provide employment opportunities for many Filipinos, helping to lower unemployment and improve livelihoods. The development of domestic oil and gas resources can stabilize energy prices and decrease the trade deficit. Furthermore, the country's efforts could attract substantial foreign investment, bring in capital, technology, and expertise, which not only supports the economy, but also enhances local skills and knowledge in the energy sector. The Philippines has been actively pursuing regional cooperation and partnerships to strengthen its oil and gas exploration efforts. While joint exploration talks with China have been considered, they remain stalled due to ongoing geopolitical tensions, particularly in the South China Sea. To protect its interests, the Philippines has also been building defense alliances with the U.S. and other security partners, aiming to safeguard its resource exploration in contested areas. However, the territorial disputes with China over the Spratly Islands and Reed Bank have led to potential conflicts and diplomatic challenges. The Philippines has firmly rejected any joint exploration that does not acknowledge its exclusive rights to these resources, and tensions have escalated, with both countries deploying military assets in the disputed waters. On a broader scale, the Philippines plays a key role in ASEAN's energy security efforts. As a member of the ASEAN Center for Energy, the country actively contributes to regional energy planning and policy development. The ASEAN Energy Outlook emphasizes the importance of optimizing and decarbonizing the energy sector to ensure access, affordability, efficiency, and security. The Philippines' focus on developing its own energy resources aligns with ASEAN's goals of reducing dependence on fossil fuel imports and enhancing regional energy resilience. In 2022, countries like Namibia, Brazil, and Algeria made significant oil and gas discoveries, marking the most valuable finds in a decade. Despite drilling fewer exploration wells, these nations uncovered larger and more promising prospects. Another success story is Cove Energy, which was founded in 2009 and later acquired by Thailand's PTT Exploration and Production for £1.2 billion. Cove's strategy focused on building a small, efficient team to identify high-quality exploration opportunities, ultimately leading to its successful divestment. Several lessons and best practices have emerged from successful oil and gas companies. The 2020 pandemic signified the importance of cost management, highlighting the need for visibility into project expenses and adaptability to demand fluctuations. Additionally, sustainability has become a major focus, with companies adopting practices like waterless fracking and efforts to reduce carbon emissions. A comparative analysis with similar economies shows that successful companies prioritize integration and quality in their operations, while those that fail often suffer from poor management in these areas. Effective communication and skilled human resources are also critical to the success of exploration projects. Looking at long-term economic impacts, oil and gas discoveries can significantly boost a country's economy by increasing production, generating revenue, and creating jobs that stimulate local economies. The potential for sustainable development in the oil and gas sector is growing as innovations like AI-driven operational efficiency and predictive maintenance are increasingly integrated with renewable energy. AI-powered drones and predictive analytics are being used to detect and reduce methane emissions, contributing to environmental sustainability. In exploration, AI algorithms are revolutionizing the industry by accurately predicting oil and gas reserves, reducing the need for costly drilling. Furthermore, AI platforms monitor sensor data for predictive maintenance, optimizing production, and extending the lifespan of equipment. In essence, the Philippines' oil and gas exploration efforts hold significant potential for enhancing energy security, boosting economic growth, and reducing dependence on imports. With technological advancements, strategic regional partnerships, and ongoing reforms to attract investment, the country is poised to make substantial progress in the energy sector. However, challenges such as geopolitical tensions and the need for sustainable practices will require careful navigation as the Philippines works to secure a balanced, resilient, and forward-looking energy future. Thank you for tuning into our channel. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analysis of global issues.
Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos has announced a major natural gas discovery near the Malampaya field.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. I am pleased to inform everyone that for the first time in over a decade, a significant natural gas discovery has been made. The discovered reservoir, called Malampaya East 1 or MAE-1, is located about 5 kilometers east of the existing Malampaya field.
The Philippine Navy assuring the public safeguards are in place to protect the country's recent natural gas discovery at Malampaya East 1.
This discovery could change the Philippines forever. That was the quiet warning behind the headlines this week, as Manila confirmed a major new offshore gas find east of Malampaya, just as U.S. naval forces ramp up their presence in the same waters. One question immediately follows, and it's the one nobody can dodge: when energy, territory, and great power rivalry collide in the South China Sea, who really controls the future? Think about it for a second. A country that has spent decades importing fuel suddenly sits atop a gas reserve capable of powering millions of homes, right inside contested waters where gray zone confrontations are now routine. This isn't just about electricity bills or energy security. It's about leverage. It's about deterrence. And it's about why the Philippines, backed by the U.S. Navy, is no longer willing to leave its most valuable offshore asset exposed. From Europe's gas wars to the Middle East's oil choke points, history has a pattern. Energy discoveries redraw strategic maps. Malampaya East 1 is doing exactly that in Southeast Asia. What looks like a technical drilling update is actually a geopolitical signal, one that explains why patrols are tightening, alliances are hardening, and outside interference is being quietly shut out. If you want to understand where the next pressure point in the Indo-Pacific is forming, and why this gas field matters far beyond the Philippines, keep watching. The real story begins below. Here's the part that makes people sit up straight. This isn't just one gas field. Malampaya East 1 is the spark, but the fire underneath is much bigger. Energy analysts have been saying it quietly for years. The wider South China Sea could be sitting on around 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and roughly 11 billion barrels of oil. Put a rough value on that, and you're staring at something close to $26 trillion in potential hydrocarbons. That's not pocket change. That's world-shaping money. For the Philippines, this hits close to home. Anyone who's lived there knows how painful power bills can be, how exposed the country is to imported fuel prices, and how every spike in global energy markets lands straight on ordinary households. Now imagine flipping that equation. Imagine producing more of your own energy, stabilizing electricity prices, and keeping billions of dollars inside the economy instead of sending them overseas every year. That's what's actually at stake here, not abstract numbers, but daily life. And then there's investment. Energy discoveries don't stay isolated. They pull in infrastructure money, service industries, ports, pipelines, skilled jobs. Whole ecosystems grow around them. We've seen it happen in the North Sea, in parts of Africa, in the Eastern Mediterranean. Countries that were once energy poor suddenly had leverage, options, breathing room. The Philippines is looking at that same fork in the road. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Resources don't mean much if you can't protect them. Control determines who drills, who profits, and who sets the rules. That's why this gas field isn't just an economic opportunity, it's a strategic prize. The numbers explain the attention, the patrols, the alliances. When trillions are on the table, no one pretends this is just about geology anymore. On paper, this part is actually very clear. Almost boringly clear. Under international law, specifically the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the Philippines has exclusive rights to explore and exploit natural resources within 200 nautical miles of its coastline. That's the exclusive economic zone. Malampaya East 1 sits well inside it. No legal gymnastics required. And then came 2016. The Hague Tribunal didn't hedge, didn't split the difference, didn't play diplomat. It ruled flat out that China's so-called 9-dash line has no legal basis whatsoever. None. No historic rights. No special exceptions. From a legal standpoint, the Philippines won cleanly. If this were a courtroom drama, the judge would have banged the gavel and gone home. But the ocean doesn't work like a courtroom. Out there, law doesn't enforce itself. There's no maritime police showing up, because a ruling exists. In contested waters, legality is only as strong as a country's ability to defend, deter, and sustain presence. That's the uncomfortable gap between theory and reality. Diplomatic notes matter. Legal victories matter. But ships, patrols, and alliances increasingly decide whether those rights are respected or ignored. That's why every discussion about EEZ quietly slides into talk of navies. Why lawyers and admirals now occupy the same strategic space. The Philippines isn't arguing about ownership anymore. That part is settled. The real question now is whether international law can be upheld in waters where power has a habit of testing boundaries. If you've been watching the waters lately, one thing is hard to miss. There's a lot more steel in the sea. U.S. naval activity around the West Philippine Sea has picked up in a way that feels deliberate, steady, and frankly impossible to ignore. Not loud, not flashy, just constant. Ships moving, aircraft overhead. Joint patrols that send a quiet but very clear message. Someone is watching. This isn't new, but the timing matters. As the gas discovery grabbed attention, the security environment tightened almost instinctively. The U.S. and the Philippines have been bound by defense agreements for decades, and this is what those old treaties look like when they're actually used. No grand announcements, no red lines drawn in public, just presence, the most underrated form of power in maritime politics. Freedom of navigation operations sit at the center of this. On the surface, they're about principle, keeping sea lanes open, challenging excessive claims, sticking to international law. In practice, they do something more subtle. They normalize movement in contested waters. They make interference awkward, risky, and politically costly without firing a shot. It's deterrence by routine. What's interesting is how calibrated it all feels. The goal isn't to provoke a showdown. Nobody's racing toward a crisis. The aim is to raise the threshold, to make it clear that disrupting energy exploration or harassing vessels won't go unnoticed or unanswered. In that sense, the U.S.-Philippines naval posture isn't about escalation. It's about control of tempo. Slow, steady, and just firm enough to remind everyone that this part of the sea is no longer undefended. If you want to understand how tense things really are out there, don't look at maps, look at Second Thomas Shoal. It's a rusting ship, a handful of Marines, and a strip of reef. And yet, it's become one of the most dangerous pressure points in the region. In June 2024, things crossed an uncomfortable line. Philippine forces on a resupply mission were physically confronted by Chinese Coast Guard personnel. Not radio warnings, not shadowing, actual hands-on interference. That moment mattered because it showed how fast these encounters can slide from managed tension into something messier. One bad decision, one injury, and suddenly everyone's scrambling to control the fallout. That wasn't an isolated incident either. Less than a year earlier, in August 2023, Chinese vessels repeatedly used high-powered water cannons to block Philippine supply boats heading to the same outpost. No missiles, no gunfire, just enough force to intimidate, damage equipment, and test resolve. That's the gray zone in action. Pressure without war. Coercion without crossing the line that triggers retaliation. And here's the thing. These tactics work precisely because they live in that legal and political gray space. They exhaust crews. They strain nerves. They force governments to respond carefully. Every single time. Second Thomas Shoal isn't about one reef. It's a live demonstration of how contested waters are controlled day by day. While these confrontations grab headlines, something quieter has been happening in the background. The U.S. has been methodically rebuilding its operational footprint around Subic Bay, not with fanfare, but with infrastructure. Surveillance upgrades, logistics access, facilities that don't scream base, but function like one when needed. Anyone familiar with Subic's history knows why this matters. It was once the largest American naval base outside the U.S., and its geography hasn't changed. Deep water, strategic access, a front-row seat to the South China Sea. Reinvesting there isn't nostalgia, it's practicality. These case examples tell a clear story. On the surface, incidents like Second Thomas Shoal look isolated and tactical. In reality, they're stress tests. They show how close things already are to the edge and why quiet naval positioning matters just as much as public statements. This isn't escalation for drama's sake. It's preparation, shaped by experience, friction, and the understanding that the next confrontation probably won't come with a warning. China never really leaves these waters. That's the part many people miss. Day after day, Chinese Coast Guard and maritime law enforcement vessels maintain a near-constant presence across contested areas of the West Philippine Sea. Sometimes they linger just outside sight. Sometimes they sit directly in the way. Either way, the message is the same. We're here, and we're not going anywhere. Beijing frames this as law enforcement, not provocation. Official statements regularly accuse outside forces, especially the United States, of stirring trouble, interfering in what China insists are its historical claims. It's a familiar script. By presenting itself as the aggrieved party responding to foreign intrusion, China flips the narrative and shifts pressure onto smaller claimants like the Philippines. Presence becomes policy. Repetition becomes leverage. Strip away the politics for a moment and look at the traffic. The South China Sea is one of the busiest commercial arteries on the planet. Roughly $5.3 trillion worth of goods move through these waters every year, nearly a third of global maritime trade. Energy flows are layered on top of that. Oil tankers, lung shipments, refined fuels heading to East Asia's biggest economies. This is why even countries with no territorial claims pay attention. Any disruption here doesn't stay local. It shows up in shipping insurance rates, energy prices, delivery delays. What happens in these waters ripples outward fast. That reality hangs over every naval patrol and diplomatic exchange, whether officials admit it or not. One of the most interesting things about the US naval presence is how deliberately boring it's made to look. Exercises are called routine. Patrols are described as normal operations. The language is careful, almost dull. That's intentional. The strategy isn't about flexing for headlines. It's about quietly raising the cost of interference. Manila and its partners aren't trying to trigger a crisis. They're trying to make harassment harder, riskier, and less deniable. Stay inside international norms. Keep the tempo steady. Let the message land without shouting it. In contested waters, restraint can be its own form of power. Inside the Philippines, this isn't some abstract chessboard. President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. has openly made domestic energy security a priority, and that resonates. People feel energy prices. They feel shortages. They remember blackouts.
Aside from the natural gas, the discovery also includes condensate, which is a high-value liquid fuel. This additional resource can help support the government's efforts for the stabilization of our power supply. Ipinagmamalaki rin natin na Pilipino ang nanguna sa drilling na ito. Higit sa lahat, natapos nila ito na walang aksidente o environmental incident.
Defending resource zones isn't just about sovereignty, it's about stability at home. At the same time, there's a quiet unease. Many Filipinos support standing firm, but worry about being dragged into a larger confrontation between giants. It's a balancing act. Protect what's yours without becoming the front line of someone else's rivalry. That tension sits just below the surface of public debate. A stable South China Sea does more than protect gas fields. It steadies markets. It supports predictable energy pricing. It reassures investors who don't like surprises. When tensions spike, volatility follows in currencies, commodities, and capital flows. That's why this isn't only a regional issue. It shapes how companies plan, how governments hedge risk, and how alliances are tested. Stability here acts like oil in the global economic engine. Remove it, and everything grinds louder. There's another layer people often skip: the environment. Offshore drilling carries real risks, spills, habitat damage, long-term ecological costs. Clear jurisdiction matters because it determines who enforces standards and who is accountable when things go wrong. Ability blurs. Investors hesitate, not just because of politics, but because nobody wants to operate in a legal gray zone where rules can change mid-project. Ironically, resolving disputes doesn't just protect sovereignty, it protects ecosystems too. Zoom out, and the pattern is obvious. What's unfolding around this gas field is part of a much larger contest between the US and China, one that stretches from trade routes to technology to military balance across the Indo-Pacific. Analysts warn that these flashpoints are connected. A confrontation here wouldn't stay contained. It would test alliances, supply chains, and credibility across multiple regions. That's why everyone moves carefully, even when tensions run hot. Southeast Asian countries are watching closely. U.S. defense officials have urged regional partners to strengthen maritime capabilities and coordinate responses to coercion at sea. But ASEAN has always been cautious, and for good reason. Economic ties to China run deep. Security concerns pull in the opposite direction. Most governments are trying to walk the middle path. Hedging, diversifying, buying time. Unity sounds good in theory, but consensus is hard when stakes differ from capital to capital. Several paths are still open. One is the status quo, slow energy development, occasional standoffs, steady military presence, no direct clashes. Messy, but manageable. Another is cooperative development, where claimants set aside disputes and agree on joint frameworks, possibly with ASEAN mediation. Hard, but not impossible. And then there's the risk everyone quietly plans for, but hopes to avoid. Escalation. A collision. A miscalculation. An incident that spirals faster than diplomacy can slow it down. This gas field is no longer just about energy. It sits at the intersection of law, power, economics, and environmental responsibility. How the Philippines and its partners manage this space will shape more than Manila's energy future. It will test whether rules still matter in contested seas or whether presence alone decides outcomes. In the South China Sea, that question is no longer theoretical. It's already playing out day by day, wave by wave. If you want to understand where maritime power is really being tested and how today's quiet moves could shape tomorrow's global order, this is a story worth following closely.
Navigation is something the Philippines experiences in the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea. It's something we take very seriously. There's a long line of countries in the past who've attempted to test U.S. resolve. We are resolved at this time, at this moment, to work with our partners to reestablish the warrior ethos, to rebuild our military and reestablish deterrence, and come alongside our allies and partners, first and foremost, in this region.
We are investing in facilities that will help the Philippines sustain its maritime presence in the West Philippine Sea. That line dropped quietly in a briefing. But don't let the calm wording fool you, because here's the real question no one can ignore. What happens when repair docks start appearing just a few sailing hours away from one of the most contested shoals in Asia? This week, the United States confirmed it will fund and construct 2 boat repair facilities in western Palawan, one in Oyster Bay and another in Quezon Town. On paper, they're small boat maintenance hubs. Nothing flashy, no warships, no missile batteries, just repair yards. But sometimes the most strategic moves don't look dramatic at all. Think about it. For years, every resupply mission to Second Thomas Shoal has felt like a gamble. Wooden boats, steel-hulled Coast Guard vessels, tense radio warnings, water cannons blasting across decks. We've all seen the footage. Filipino sailors bracing against impact, journalists ducking behind railings. That grounded ship, the Sierra Madre, rusting but defiant. Now imagine this. Instead of limping hundreds of miles back to a major port after a hull gets cracked or an engine overheats, Philippine boats can repair closer to the action. Faster turnaround, less vulnerability, more presence. It changes the rhythm. Palawan isn't just a scenic island with postcard beaches. It's the gateway to the Western Philippine EEZ. From there, you're within operational range of the Spratlys, within reach of Second Thomas Shoal, within the same waters where confrontations in 2023 and 2024 escalated. Ramming incidents, blocked resupply missions, Coast Guard standoffs that felt one miscalculation away from something worse. This is why these facilities matter. They're not about launching offensives, they're about endurance. And endurance, in maritime disputes, is everything. If you've followed the South China Sea long enough, you know the pattern. Pressure, delay, harassment, wear the other side down, make presence costly, make resupply exhausting, make maintenance a nightmare. It's slow coercion, not headline-grabbing war. So Manila adapting? That's significant. Because resilience isn't loud, it's logistical. The US has been clear this does not involve new permanent combat deployments. But let's be real, infrastructure is influential. When Washington funds repair capacity in Palawan, it's doing more than pouring concrete. It's embedding operational continuity into Philippine maritime operations. And that sends a message, not a shouting match, not a missile test, a message that says, you can't exhaust us that easily.
Since Philippine Navy Warship Lima Sierra 507, you are violating rule number 7. You are advised to keep clear immediately and avoid risk of collision.
I keep thinking about the sailors stationed aboard the Sierra Madre, rotating in and out. Living inside a rusting World War II-era ship deliberately grounded as a territorial marker. It's symbolic, yes, but it's also human. Young men and women, far from home, watching the horizon for approaching vessels. For them, a nearby repair facility isn't abstract geopolitics, it's safer missions, quicker fixes, less time exposed. This move tightens US-Philippine defense cooperation, no doubt. It deepens interoperability. It reinforces the alliance. But more than anything, it shores up Manila's ability to stay present in its own waters. And in the South China Sea, presence is power. So here's the bigger question. Is this the quiet beginning of a more permanent logistical footprint in Western Palawan? Or simply the next step in helping the Philippines stand its ground? Either way, one thing is clear. The chessboard just shifted, and it didn't require a single new warship to do it. So what exactly is being built? Not a giant naval base, not an aircraft carrier pier, not some dramatic Cold War-style fortress rising out of Palawan's jungle. What's coming is quieter, but honestly, it might be smarter. The facilities will be located at Naval Detachment Oyster Bay in Ulugan Bay and in Quezon Town in Western Palawan. If you know the map, that's not random. Oyster Bay has long been considered one of the most strategically positioned natural harbors facing the West Philippine Sea. Deep waters. Good cover. Close enough to matter. And Quezon? Even closer to the operational edge. These aren't showpiece projects. They're being sized specifically for small boats, rigid-hulled inflatable boats, assault craft, and support for unmanned surface vessels. The design build notices reference support for vessels around 11.6 meters in length. That's a patrol craft scale. Fast. Agile. The kind of boats that actually do the day-to-day work out there, escorting resupply missions, shadowing foreign vessels, asserting presence. Let's be honest. In the South China Sea, the real action doesn't happen between destroyers trading missiles. It happens between small gray boats maneuvering within meters of each other. It's Coast Guard cutters. Maritime militia. Patrol craft edging closer than anyone is comfortable with. That's why maintenance matters. Because here's the thing most people don't think about. Small boats take punishment. Saltwater corrosion. Engine stress. Hull damage from aggressive maneuvering. If you can't repair quickly, your operational tempo drops. And once your tempo drops, your presence fades. And presence, we've seen this again and again, is everything. The procurement trail makes it clear this wasn't improvised. The U.S. Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command issued design-build solicitations in mid-2025. Public notices. Structured contracting. This is institutional planning, not a reactionary move after a single incident. That detail matters. It tells us this is part of a longer arc, a deliberate effort to reinforce maritime sustainability in Western Palawan. And I'll say this bluntly, logistics wins maritime contests more often than headlines do. You can have brave sailors. You can have political will. But if your engines fail and your hulls crack and you have to sail days back for repairs, you lose momentum. Slowly, quietly. With Oyster Bay and Quezon equipped to service RHIB and similar platforms, turnaround times shrink. Boats go back out faster. Crews spend less time exposed during long transits. Maintenance becomes local, not distant. It's not dramatic, but it's durable. And in a contested sea where the strategy often revolves around exhaustion, wearing the other side down, durability might be the most powerful move of all. Let's strip this down to what it really is. Why would Washington spend money on small boat repair hubs in Palawan? Why would Manila welcome it? Especially knowing Beijing is watching every move. Because this isn't about symbolism. It's about staying power. First, operational readiness. Western Command, the Philippine military command responsible for Palawan and the West Philippine Sea, operates in an environment where boats don't just patrol, they endure friction, salt corrosion, engine strain, close quarters maneuvering during standoffs. Even minor hull damage can sideline a vessel longer than people realize. If repairs happen far from the operational area, patrol tempo slows. If patrol tempo slows, presence thins. And once presence thins, the narrative shifts. These facilities cut that loop. Shorter repair cycles mean faster turnaround. Faster turnaround means more frequent patrols. More patrols mean sustained presence near places like Second Thomas Shoal. It's logistics math, honestly, not glamorous. but brutally effective. And I think that's the key here. This is about tempo control. Second, burden sharing and capacity building. Notice what this is not. It's not a new U.S. base filled with American destroyers. The facilities are designed to service Philippine vessels, Philippine crews, Philippine operational requirements. That framing matters a lot. Washington has been leaning hard into the language of capacity building and a free, open, and resilient Indo-Pacific.
To deter conflict, to ensure that there's free navigation, whether you call it the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea, we recognize that your country has stand very firm in that location and in defense of your nation.
Critics roll their eyes at the phrasing. Sure, but in practice, this is what it looks like. Infrastructure that upgrades a partner's ability to stand on its own feet. It's not garrisoning, it's enabling. There's a difference between parking your own warship somewhere and making sure your allies' boats don't break down mid-mission. One signals dominance, the other signals reinforcement. And right now, reinforcement is strategically smarter. Third, and this is where it gets subtle, deterrence signaling. Not loud deterrence. Not aircraft carriers cutting through contested waters. Quiet deterrence. Logistics is alliance glue. When you build shared infrastructure, you create interoperability pathways. You align maintenance standards. You align communication protocols. You align operational rhythms. That kind of integration doesn't escalate on paper, but it deepens practical alliance ties in a way that's hard to unwind later. And here's the balancing act. This strengthens the U.S.-Philippines alliance without crossing into the forward basing of major American combatants in Palawan. No permanent strike groups. No headline-grabbing deployment that would immediately spike regional tensions. It's firm, but calibrated. You could call it strategic restraint or strategic patience. Either way, it reflects something interesting about how both Washington and Manila are thinking right now. They're not trying to win a dramatic moment. They're trying to win the long game. Sustainment over spectacle. Resilience over reaction. And in the South China Sea, where pressure is constant but rarely explosive, that approach might be exactly the point. Now let's talk about the words. Because in geopolitics, the language is never accidental. When the U.S. Embassy framed the Palawan facilities as support for a free and open Indo-Pacific, that wasn't filler language. That phrase has basically become Washington's strategic shorthand. It signals rules-based order. Freedom of navigation. Alliance solidarity. It's a diplomatic code, but everyone in the region understands what it implies. The tone coming out of the embassy has been steady, almost deliberately calm. This isn't about provocation. It's about partnership. The message is, we're helping an ally strengthen its own capacity. That's it. Clean, controlled, predictable. But beneath that restraint, there's a quiet firmness. Philippine ambassador to Washington, Jose Manuel Romualdez, has leaned into that theme of commitment. He consistently emphasized that the U.S. remains engaged, that alliance obligations are real, and that Manila intends to defend its maritime claims.
It is something that the United States, I've never seen this type of attention that is being given to this type of situation that we're in right now. Not only manifested by all these visits coming from high officials, but the fact that we are continuing to have conversations on how we can avoid any real conflict, but at the same time being firm with our commitments for the Mutual Defense Treaty.
While still keeping diplomatic channels open. It's a careful balance. Assert your rights. Avoid unnecessary escalation. Stay anchored to the alliance. And honestly, that balancing act is the story of Philippine foreign policy right now. But the sharpest soundbite? That came from Washington. Jake Sullivan, speaking in the context of Second Thomas Shoal, made it unmistakably clear. The United States will do what is necessary to see that the Philippines is able to resupply a ship on the Second Thomas Shoal.
We've made clear that it applies to public vessels in the South China Sea, and so China well understands our view of the application of the Mutual Defense Treaty should that line get crossed. That's an important point. We believe it is a stabilizing point, as one we have reinforced publicly and very much reinforced directly to the PRC.
That line hits differently. Because it's not abstract. It's specific. It references the grounded Sierra Madre. It references the exact flashpoint where repeated confrontations have occurred. It's reassurance, but it's also a warning wrapped in diplomacy. Will do what is necessary leaves room. Strategic ambiguity. It doesn't spell out methods. It doesn't promise dramatic military intervention. But it signals resolve. And that's the messaging pattern here overall. Not chest thumping, not theatrics. Just steady reinforcement of 3 points. The alliance is active. The Philippines won't stand alone. Resupply and sustainment are red lines. In a region where every phrase is dissected, these statements aren't just quotes. They're signals sent outward, to Beijing, to ASEAN neighbors, to domestic audiences in Manila, that this partnership isn't symbolic. It's operational. Okay, this is where things stop being abstract and start becoming very real out at sea. Because strategy sounds impressive in conference rooms. But out there, it's engines, fuel lines, cracked hulls, radio chatter, weather, and whether your boat actually starts at 0400. First, faster maintenance equals higher sortie rates. If a rigid-hulled inflatable boat takes damage during a close maneuver, maybe from aggressive shadowing, maybe from heavy seas, and it has to travel far for repairs, that's dead time. Days lost, sometimes weeks. Crews waiting, missions delayed. Now shrink that repair cycle. Suddenly, a boat goes back out in 24, 48 hours instead of sitting idle. Multiply that across multiple patrol craft. You don't just maintain presence, you increase it. Higher sortie rates mean more patrols. More patrols mean more ISR coverage. More ISR means fewer blind spots. And in contested waters, blind spots are dangerous. Second, manned and unmanned integration. This part is easy to overlook, but it's big. The contract language mentions support for unmanned surface vessels. That's not accidental. It signals future proofing. Small autonomous platforms can extend surveillance ranges, operate in riskier zones, and reduce exposure for crews. Imagine a scenario near 2nd Thomas Shoal. A Philippine patrol craft deploys a USV ahead of it, gathering imagery, tracking movements, feeding data back in real time. If something escalates, commanders already have situational awareness before human crews get too close. That shifts decision cycles. And when you can repair and sustain both manned and unmanned platforms locally, you normalize that mixed operational model. It's not experimental anymore. It becomes routine. Third, and maybe most important, closing the operational gap. For years, one of the realities in the West Philippine Sea has been imbalance in presence. Chinese Coast Guard and maritime militia vessels often outnumber and outlast. They can shadow, obstruct, or linger for extended periods. That endurance edge matters. But forward logistics changes that equation. If Philippine patrol craft can operate more consistently, cycle faster, and sustain presence without long withdrawal periods for maintenance, the gap narrows. Not erased, but narrowed. And narrowing the gap reduces vulnerability to harassment tactics. Because a big part of maritime gray zone strategy is pressure through persistence. Stay longer, show up more often, force the other side to expend more effort just to maintain routine activities. If Manila can match that persistence more effectively, the psychological and operational dynamic shifts. It's subtle. There won't be a dramatic moment where someone declares, the balance has changed. That's not how maritime competition works. It shifts slowly, through infrastructure, through logistics, through tempo. But I'll say this, when boats stop disappearing from contested waters for extended maintenance cycles, people notice. At sea, reliability is credibility, and credibility in contested waters is a form of power. Now zoom out. Because the moment concrete starts pouring in Palawan, the reaction isn't just local, it ripples. Beijing's response? Predictable, almost scripted. Expect the phrases, containment, Cold War mentality, external interference. Chinese state media has already leaned into the idea that even small logistics projects signal creeping militarization. The argument will be that Washington is embedding itself deeper into Philippine security affairs under the guise of capacity building. And from Beijing's perspective, the optics are uncomfortable. Even if these are small boat repair facilities, they sit near operational corridors feeding into the Spratlys. Infrastructure that improves patrol endurance chips away at the effectiveness of pressure tactics. But here's the nuance. China doesn't escalate over every development. It calibrates. More likely than dramatic retaliation is an uptick in gray zone tactics, tighter shadowing, more maritime militia presence, louder diplomatic protests. Pressure without crossing the line. ASEAN reaction will be more layered. Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, Taiwan, all claimants in overlapping waters are watching closely. None of them want overt militarization. Everyone prefers stability. But quietly, many are pursuing their own upgrades. Coast Guard expansions, radar systems, small vessel modernization. So while public statements may emphasize restraint, privately there's recognition that logistics equals leverage. And then there's domestic Philippine politics. Within defense circles and among advocates of stronger external deterrence, this move lands well. It aligns with the shift toward deeper alliance integration under EDCA. It signals that Washington's commitments aren't abstract. But there will be questions. Environmental groups may scrutinize construction in Palawan, which has a fragile ecosystem. Local communities may ask about access roads, land use, and long-term control. Sovereignty debates never fully disappear in the Philippines. The government will need to be clear, these are Philippine facilities, US-assisted, not foreign bases. That framing matters domestically. Legally, this sits comfortably within existing frameworks. The 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty has been reaffirmed repeatedly. Washington has stated clearly, an armed attack on Philippine forces, including Coast Guard vessels in the South China Sea, would trigger obligations. These repair facilities don't change that treaty. They operationalize it. Under Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, U.S. forces can access agreed locations and fund infrastructure upgrades that remain Philippine-owned. That's the model here. No treaty rewrite, no new basing agreement, just logistics built inside established legal lanes. And that's important. It reduces diplomatic shock. Still, this isn't risk-free. More small boat operations mean more close encounters. The West Philippine Sea is already crowded with patrol craft, Coast Guard vessels, and maritime militia units. Increased tempo and the chances of collision, accidental or otherwise, rise. One misjudged maneuver, one aggressive intercept. Suddenly things spiral. Mitigation? Clearer joint SOPs. Deconfliction hotlines. Refined rules of engagement. The boring stuff. But the boring stuff prevents crises. There's also the gray zone retaliation risk. Beijing could increase economic pressure. Tourism flows, trade inspections, informal sanctions. It's happened before in other contexts. Countering that requires broader diplomacy. Diversified trade ties. Regional alignment so Manila doesn't stand isolated if pressure builds. And then there's domestic backlash. Environmental concerns in Palawan will need transparency. Procurement records should be public. Community consultations matter. If people feel blindsided, opposition grows. The safest narrative is simple: Philippine-owned, alliance-supported infrastructure enhancing national resilience. If anyone doubts why forward sustainment matters, point to 2nd Thomas Shoal. Repeated resupply missions blocked. Water cannons deployed. Ships rammed. Media footage showing how vulnerable those missions can be. When your logistics chain stretches thin, every disruption becomes a crisis. This isn't the first time infrastructure has quietly shifted capability either. Since 2014, EDCA upgrades, runway improvements, storage facilities, port enhancements have steadily improved interoperability and rotational access. This is the same playbook, just scaled to small boats. And sometimes small boats are where sovereignty is actually defended. if you're shaping this into a piece, here's where it gets interesting. Geopolitically, small things, big consequences. A repair dock for RHIBs sounds minor until you realize those RHIBs are the ones maneuvering within meters of Chinese vessels. Policy-wise, this is alliance logistics doctrine in action. Sustained presence without permanent basing. It's a middle path between escalation and retreat. Investigative angle? Pull the NAVFAC solicitation documents. Technical specs, budget lines, contractor names. Infrastructure tells its own story. But the strongest angle might be human. Talk to the sailors who run the resupply missions, the mechanics who'll work on engines at Oyster Bay. The crews know that if a fuel pump fails mid-mission, it's not theory, it's danger. Because in the end, maintenance equals sovereignty. It sounds unromantic, but that's the truth. This isn't a dramatic headline move. No carrier strike group. No treaty announcement. Just 2 repair facilities in Palawan. But in the South China Sea, control isn't won in one decisive battle. It's shaped by who can show up tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. And showing up consistently, that's power. $41 million gallons of fuel.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
That's what the Pentagon is quietly positioning in the southern tip of the Philippines, inside a bay most Americans have never heard of, in a move that could determine who controls the Western Pacific for the next generation. It doesn't look like a declaration of war. It doesn't have a press conference. It won't trend on social media. But make no mistake, this is one of the most strategically significant logistics decisions Washington has made in the Indo-Pacific in a decade. Welcome back to the channel. I'm going to walk you through what just happened, why it matters, and why the entire arc of this story, from the burning towns of Myanmar to the contested shoals of the South China Sea, all points to one conclusion. The first island chain is being armed. Quietly, deliberately, and now, fuel. On April 7th, 2026, USNI News revealed that the Defense Logistics Agency, the Pentagon's global supply backbone, has formally requested contractor services to establish a Defense Fuel Support Point, or DFSP, in the Davao region of Mindanao, in the southern Philippines. Let me give you the numbers, because in logistics, numbers tell the story. The facility is envisioned to hold 548,000 barrels, roughly 23 million gallons, of naval distillate fuel F-76, the grade used to power U.S. destroyers, frigates, and amphibious assault ships. Another 429,000 barrels, approximately 18 million gallons, of aviation-grade JP-5, which powers carrier-based jet aircraft like the F/A-18 Super Hornet and the F-35C. Total throughput capacity? At least 1 million barrels, 42 million gallons per year. The facility will be capable of fueling 2 medium-range tankers or barges simultaneously, with pump rates reaching 6,600 barrels per hour for tankers and 2,000 barrels per hour for barges. Contractors must operate the site around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Operations are expected to begin in April 2028, running through at least October 2031, with options extending to 2035. Now, some of you might be thinking, okay, it's a fuel depot. Why does this matter? Here's why. Clausewitz famously wrote that war is the continuation of politics by other means. But any general worth his salt will tell you, war is also the continuation of logistics. Napoleon said armies travel on their stomachs. In the 21st century Pacific, navies travel on fuel. And right now, the United States has a fuel problem. In 2021, the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Facility in Hawaii, one of the Pacific Fleet's most critical fuel hubs, built into the volcanic rock of Oahu during World War II, contaminated the local drinking water supply. The political fallout was catastrophic. The facility was permanently shut down. Think about what that means strategically. The U.S. Navy lost one of its most secure, geographically central fuel reserves in the entire Pacific. And here is a number that should make every defense planner pause. The distance from the U.S. West Coast to the South China Sea is approximately 7,000 nautical miles. In a conflict scenario, getting fuel from the continental United States to a warfighting theater in the Western Pacific without forward depots is simply not realistic at the pace modern warfare demands. Military analysts call this the tyranny of distance. The Davao DFSP directly addresses that tyranny. Placed inside the Gulf of Davao, it sits adjacent to the Sulu Sea, one of several critical waterways that U.S. carrier strike groups and amphibious assault ships use to transit in and out of the first island chain. It gives American warships a southern fueling option, away from the South China Sea, facing ports of Subic Bay and Manila, which in a conflict with China could be exposed, targeted, or blocked within hours. Subic Bay has been the cornerstone of American naval logistics in the Philippines for decades. But it faces north and west, toward China. The Davao Depot faces south and east. That is not an accident. That is strategic depth. To understand why Davao matters, you need to understand the first island chain. This is the string of archipelagic nations: Japan, the Ryukyu Islands, Taiwan, the Philippines, and down into Indonesia and Malaysia that forms a geographic barrier separating China's coastal waters from the open Pacific Ocean. It stretches like a crescent from the northern tip of Hokkaido all the way down to Borneo. American defense strategy, as articulated in the National Defense Strategy, explicitly identifies this chain as the primary line for deterring Chinese military expansion in the Indo-Pacific. The logic is simple. If China's Navy, the People's Liberation Army Navy, the PLA, cannot break through the first island chain, it cannot project power into the Pacific at large. It cannot threaten Hawaii, Guam, or ultimately the American homeland. Every American military investment in this region, the bases in northern Luzon, the prepositioning of weapons in Palawan, the EDCA sites, and now the Davao Fuel Depot, is part of this strategic framework. As the War on the Rocks analysis published in March 2026 put it, dispersed logistics determines staying power. Fuel, munitions, spare parts, and runway or port repair under attack conditions define endurance. That is exactly what Davao provides. And Davao is not alone. The Davao DFSP is the third piece of a larger puzzle. Navy Rear Admiral George Bresnahan, commander of DLA Energy, visited the South Pacific in 2025 to inspect two additional upcoming sites: Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea, and Darwin, Northern Australia. The DLA's own statement on Port Moresby declared, Papua New Guinea is located significantly closer than Hawaii to national security interests across the Indo-Pacific region. An additional DFSP at this location will provide warfighters with a more readily accessible fuel supply line. On Darwin, fuel stored at the strategic Northern Territories port will, in the agency's words, augment America's warfighting capabilities and reinforce its commitment of shared security and stability with regional allies and partners. Map this out, and you begin to see the architecture. Darwin in the south, Port Moresby in the southeast, Davao in the north, inside the Philippines. Together, they form a southern logistics corridor that runs entirely outside the South China Sea, outside the range of Chinese anti-ship missiles based on the artificial islands in the Spratlys. Outside the range of land-based systems in Hainan Island. It is, in essence, a fuel highway for a potential conflict, running beneath China's sphere of influence through friendly archipelagic waters into the heart of the Western Pacific. John Mearsheimer, the father of offensive realism, has long argued that great powers do not prepare for conflicts they don't believe are possible. When you see this level of logistical investment, synchronized, multi-node, multi-nation, you are watching a great power prepare. But we cannot discuss this fuel depot in isolation. Because the country hosting it, the Philippines, is living through the most turbulent geopolitical moment in its modern history.
Mr. President, it's great to see you again, and welcome to the Pentagon.
Since the administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. came to power, Manila has dramatically deepened its security relationship with Washington, and Beijing has not been pleased. Here are the flashpoints from just the first quarter of 2026 alone. March 7th, a Chinese corvette directed its fire control radar, that's the targeting radar you use before you shoot, at the Philippine frigate BRP Miguel Malvar near Sabina Shoal. Manila called the act alarming and provocative. March 18, for the first time in history, Chinese Air Force aircraft challenged a Philippine Coast Guard patrol plane near disputed Scarborough Shoal. March 24, Manila deployed 7 vessels after Chinese Coast Guard and maritime militia ships harassed Philippine fishing boats near Scarborough Shoal. Late March, the Philippine tank landing ship Benguet and a Chinese guided missile frigate came dangerously close to collision near Thitu Island in the Spratlys, with both sides blaming the other. And this is not happening in a vacuum. It is happening while the Philippines holds the ASEAN chairmanship in 2026, while Manila is pushing for a binding South China Sea Code of Conduct. And while over 500 U.S.-Philippine joint military activities are planned for the year, the highest number in the alliance's history. As UPI reported in January 2026, plans for those 500-plus activities represent a significant escalation in tempo and scope, even in the absence of a single marquee exercise, encompassing everything from staff-level planning and logistics coordination to maritime domain awareness, coastal defense, drills, and repeated operational rehearsals across air, land, and sea domains. Elizabeth Laris, adjunct senior fellow at the Pacific Forum, framed it bluntly: having the Philippines as chairman, particularly under the U.S.-friendly Marcos administration, is useful to the U.S. agenda in the region. And yet, within the Philippines, this relationship creates profound political tension. The leaked letter from Foreign Secretary Maria Teresa Lazaro in February 2026 exposed a fault line within Manila itself between a military-led transparency initiative that publicly documents maritime run-ins with China and a diplomatic track that seeks to preserve negotiating room with Beijing. It is the classic small state dilemma. Caught between two superpowers, needing Washington's military guarantee, needing Beijing's economic participation, and trying desperately to maintain sovereignty in both directions. Step back. Look at the full picture. You have a first island chain being slowly but systematically armed, fueled, and fortified by the United States and its partners. You have China building artificial islands in the Spratlys, conducting the first ever airspace challenges against Philippine patrol aircraft. Building what the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative identified in March 2026 as potentially the largest man-made feature in the entire South China Sea, at Antelope Reef in the Paracels. You have Myanmar slipping into Beijing's orbit on the mainland, closing the western flank. You have a global energy shock from US-Iran conflict disrupting oil supplies, with Philippine President Marcos declaring a national energy emergency, driving Manila and Beijing into uncomfortable conversations about joint South China Sea oil and gas exploration, even as their navies nearly collide. And you have the United States building a distributed logistics network. Fuel in Davao, fuel in Darwin, fuel in Port Moresby. Designed to sustain warfighting operations from the south, outside Chinese anti-access and area denial range. This is what geopolitical competition looks like in the 21st century. It doesn't always begin with aircraft carriers. Sometimes it begins with 548,000 barrels of F-76 naval fuel in a bay in Mindanao. The philosopher of war, Sun Tzu, wrote, "Every battle is won before it is ever fought." What the Pentagon is doing in Davao is winning before fighting. It is establishing the logistical conditions under which the United States could sustain a prolonged naval campaign in the Western Pacific, without depending on ports that China can threaten on day one. As the War on the Rocks study from March 2026 noted, alliance-related infrastructure including storage, redundant communications, and repair capacity contributes to deterrence only if it remains usable amid hostilities. Subic Bay might not be usable in hour one of a conflict. Manila Port might be blockaded, but Davao, sitting inside the Gulf of Davao, accessed through the Sulu Sea, away from Chinese missile batteries in the north, that could still be running. That is the logic. And it is cold, clear strategic logic. Let me leave you with this. A fuel depot in Davao does not make war inevitable. It may in fact make war less likely, because deterrence works when the adversary calculates that the cost of aggression exceeds the potential gain. A United States that can sustain a Pacific campaign for months, fueled from hardened, dispersed southern logistics nodes, is a United States that is harder to coerce. As Professor Joseph Nye, the architect of the concept of soft power, has argued, the credibility of hard power is itself a form of soft power. It signals resolve. And resolve, communicated clearly and structurally, can prevent the miscalculations that start wars. But let me also be honest with you. The Philippines is a sovereign nation with deep and complicated relationships with both Washington and Beijing. The domestic political debate in Manila about EDCA sites, about Chinese economic partnership, about the leaked diplomatic letters, and the competing voices of military transparency versus diplomatic discretion, reflects real tensions within Philippine society. President Marcos has navigated these tensions with considerable skill. But the pressure is immense. Every Chinese water cannon fired at a Philippine fishing boat is a test of Philippine sovereignty and American credibility. Every fuel barrel stored in Davao is an answer to that test. The South China Sea has an estimated 11 billion barrels of untapped oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. It carries roughly $3.4 trillion in annual trade. It is not a distant abstraction. It is the economic heartbeat of the Indo-Pacific. And right now, in the Gulf of Davao, construction crews are preparing to build the latest node in a strategic network that will shape whether the next century is defined by rules-based order or by the proposition that power, not law, determines who sails where. 41 million gallons of fuel. That is what the next chapter of Asian geopolitics smells like. If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion. The South China Sea is a region of immense strategic and economic importance, harboring vast hydrocarbon reserves that could reshape energy dynamics in Southeast Asia. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the region contains an estimated 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 11 billion barrels of oil in probable reserves, with undiscovered reserves projected at an additional 160 trillion cubic feet of gas and 12 billion barrels of oil. These resources are primarily located along the sea's margins, with key areas like Reed Bank holding approximately 5 billion barrels of oil and 55 trillion cubic feet of gas. While countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia are advancing energy exploration projects in contested waters, the Philippines has been slower to capitalize on its resource potential due to a 2014 policy suspending exploration in disputed areas. However, with the Malampaya gas field nearing depletion, the Philippines is now ramping up efforts to revitalize its oil and gas sector through projects like redeveloping the Cadlao oil field and pursuing joint exploration ventures, signaling a renewed commitment to addressing energy security and rising costs.
As we renew Service Contract 38, we optimistically look forward to the continued production and utilization of the remaining reserves of the Malampaya gas field, as well as further exploration and development of its untapped potential.
The Philippines faces significant challenges in harnessing its vast hydrocarbon resources, primarily due to Chinese aggression in disputed waters. Despite a 2016 arbitral tribunal ruling under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, affirming the Philippines' exclusive rights within its exclusive economic zone, EEZ, and invalidating China's historic rights claims under the 9-dash line, enforcement remains problematic as China refuses to recognize the decision. Confrontations such as maritime harassment in Reed Bank exemplify the difficulties in asserting sovereign rights over these critical resources. Nonetheless, the Philippines is taking steps to safeguard its maritime sovereignty and unlock its estimated $263 trillion worth of untapped hydrocarbon reserves. Initiatives include renewing the Malampaya service contract and attracting investments in fields like the Sulu Sea and Cotabato Basin. Coupled with proposals for joint patrols with the U.S. and stronger naval coordination, these actions underline the Philippines' intention to secure its energy future. As the West Philippine Sea represents both the nation's sovereignty and economic potential, the international community's support in upholding the 2016 ruling and promoting peaceful resolutions is vital for regional stability and the responsible development of these invaluable resources. The South China Sea stands as a pivotal region of paramount strategic and economic significance, primarily due to its abundant natural resources, notably vast reserves of oil and natural gas. Latest estimates from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, EIA, indicate that the South China Sea harbors approximately 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 11 billion barrels of oil within proven and probable reserves. Moreover, there are additional untapped resources comprising 160 trillion cubic feet of natural gas and 12 billion barrels of undiscovered oil within the region. Among the notable features in the South China Sea, the Reed Bank, also known as Recto Bank, emerges as a focal point with substantial potential for enhancing energy security in the Philippines. Estimates suggest that Reed Bank could potentially hold up to 5.4 billion barrels of oil and 55.1 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Despite being situated within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone, EEZ, Reed Bank is subject to territorial disputes and overlapping claims, notably by China. The development of resources in the South China Sea, particularly at Reed Bank, carries significant economic implications for the Philippines. It has the potential to enhance the country's economy by providing a stable energy source and decreasing reliance on imports. This is especially crucial as the Malampaya gas field, currently supplying 20% of Luzon's electricity demand, is projected to be depleted by 2027. However, challenges and tensions persist in the region, impeding exploration and development efforts. Territorial disputes, notably with China, have hindered oil and gas surveys, with Chinese Coast Guard vessels posing obstacles to Philippine activities. Despite international rulings affirming the Philippines' rights over Reed Bank, China continues to assert its claims, leading to ongoing tensions. Recent developments have seen calls for the Philippines to resume exploration endeavors at Reed Bank to address escalating energy costs and the imminent depletion of existing gas fields. Proposals for joint patrols with the United States have emerged to ensure the safety and security of exploration activities in the region. The July 2016 ruling by the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague marked a significant moment in the long-standing dispute between the Philippines and China over the South China Sea. The tribunal's decision favored the Philippines, declaring that China's expansive claims within the 9-dash line held no legal basis under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. This verdict upheld the Philippines' exclusive economic rights in the region, while also condemning China's actions, including illegal fishing and the construction of artificial islands, as violations of the Philippines' sovereign rights. Despite the international legal ruling, China adamantly rejected the decision, labeling it as null and void. In defiance of the tribunal's judgment, China continued to exhibit assertive behavior in the South China Sea. Notably, the China Coast Guard, CCG, intensified its patrols around key features like Scarborough Shoal, Luconia Shoals, and Second Thomas Shoal, underlining China's persistence in asserting its sovereignty in the region. Moreover, China's interference in the Philippines' energy exploration activities, exemplified by incidents such as the harassment of Philippine supply ships near Second Thomas Shoal in 2023, has further added tensions between the two nations. Recent developments in the South China Sea have seen escalating geopolitical tensions as external powers, including the United States, have become more involved, adding complexity to the already contentious situation. In November 2024, a security agreement was signed between the United States and the Philippines, signaling a joint commitment to sharing classified information and presenting a unified front against China's maritime ambitions.
Pseudo-military vessels disguised as Coast Guard vessels and maritime militia vessels in the areas in the West Philippine Sea. They have been very aggressive in their information operations against the Philippines.
Against this backdrop, confrontations between Philippine and Chinese vessels have become more frequent, resulting in injuries and damages. The escalation reached a critical juncture when Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. enacted two landmark laws aimed at defining the country's maritime boundaries, further heightening tensions in the region. The impending depletion of the Malampaya gas field a vital energy source supplying a substantial portion of Luzon's power needs in the Philippines, poses a looming energy crisis set to unfold by the first quarter of 2027. With the remaining reserves projected at 858.8 million standard cubic feet, the country faces the urgent need to diversify its energy portfolio to avert potential shortages and disruptions once the field is exhausted. In response to this challenge, the Philippines has decided to shift towards harnessing renewable indigenous sources to increase its energy security. Central to this initiative is the National Renewable Energy Program, NREP, designed to elevate the share of renewable energy in the country's power mix to 35% by 2030 and an ambitious 50% by 2040. Notably, the Philippines stands as the third largest global producer of geothermal energy, leveraging this abundant resource with geothermal plants with an impressive 65 to 71% capacity factor, rendering them reliable baseload power providers. Exploration of potential energy reserves, exemplified by endeavors at the Reed Bank, emerges as a pivotal component of the Philippines' energy strategy. The Reed Bank is earmarked as a promising site for natural gas reserves, envisioned to play a crucial role in filling the void left by the Malampaya gas field's depletion. The Department of Energy, DOE, spearheads efforts to promote the exploration and development of indigenous energy sources, emphasizing the necessity of securing a stable and sustainable power supply for the nation's energy needs. Across the energy landscape, notable milestones and initiatives highlight the Philippines' commitment to energy diversification and sustainability. For instance, the Tiwi and Macban geothermal facilities, operated by AP Renewables Inc., collectively contribute 300 megawatts to the national grid. APRI's innovative strides include pioneering the country's first battery energy storage and geothermal hybrid system, enhancing grid stability and resilience. Furthermore, the NREP sets forth ambitious targets, aiming to achieve 15.3 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030, encompassing diverse sources such as hydropower, wind power, solar power, and biomass power. To fortify energy security, the DOE is actively pursuing the development of liquefied natural gas, LNG import terminals, complementing the country's renewable energy endeavors. This strategic move seeks to ensure a consistent supply of natural gas, consequently reducing dependency on imported fossil fuels and fortifying the Philippines' energy resilience in the face of evolving challenges. Amidst this critical juncture, the Philippines' concerted efforts towards renewable energy adoption and exploration activities stand as linchpins in shaping a sustainable and secure energy landscape for the nation's future. U.S. companies have proactively sought collaborative ventures with Philippine counterparts to delve into energy exploration endeavors within both contested and uncontested territories. A recent U.S. presidential trade mission to the Philippines witnessed a significant stride in this direction, with 12 out of 22 U.S. firms unveiling joint projects and partnerships with local entities. These initiatives span a spectrum of sectors, encompassing renewable energy projects, advancements in the digital economy, and infrastructural developments.
On this trip alone, these companies are announcing over $1 billion of U.S. investments.
Noteworthy among these engagements are Ultra-Safe Nuclear Corporation's collaboration with the Manila Electric Company, Meralco, to pioneer cutting-edge nuclear solutions, and Solgo's expansion of solar panel manufacturing capabilities in Lipa City. The strategic alliance between the United States and the Philippines has seen a notable reinforcement through joint military patrols and the revitalization of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, exemplifying the essence of these joint endeavors. Partnerships, such as Ultra-Safe Nuclear Corporation's collaboration with Meralco to advance nuclear battery solutions for clean energy, highlight the fusion of technological prowess towards sustainable energy goals. Similarly, Solgo's ambitious expansion plans in the solar energy sector within the Philippines, targeting a capacity of 15 megawatts by 2025, pinpoint the commitment to harnessing renewable resources for a greener future. Concurrently, ventures like Innovation Force's collaboration with Aboitiz Power signify an effort to foster innovation in the realm of clean energy solutions. Additionally, the joint air and maritime patrols strategically conducted in the South China Sea serve as visible manifestations of the collaborative resolve between the United States and the Philippines to deter provocative actions and uphold regional stability in the face of escalating tensions. Despite objections from China, countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia have persisted in their exploration endeavors within the South China Sea, resolutely advancing their efforts to tap into natural resources situated within their exclusive economic zones, EEZs. Malaysia, through its state-owned entity Petronas, stands out for its proactive gas exploration activities in the region, even in the face of direct pressures exerted by Chinese authorities. Concurrently, Vietnam has undertaken ambitious island-building initiatives in the Spratly Islands, a move that has triggered diplomatic protests from neighboring Malaysia, underlining the escalating competition for strategic resources in the region. In contrast to its regional counterparts, the Philippines finds itself grappling with policy hesitations and internal debates, impeding its progress in energy exploration within the South China Sea. Despite a staunch focus on diversifying energy sources and championing clean energy initiatives, the country's energy policy stance has inadvertently led to delays in crucial exploration activities. The Philippine Energy Plan, 2023 to 2050, sets forth ambitious targets aiming to carve out a 35% share for renewable energy in its power generation mix by 2030, ascending to 50% by 2050-2040. However, the confluence of geopolitical tensions and market price fluctuations has posed formidable challenges for the Philippines in securing stable energy supplies. Past incidents involving confrontations over drilling operations serve as stark reminders of the potential for future escalations within the region. Noteworthy instances include Chinese Coast Guard vessels encroaching on waters near Malaysia's Kasawari gas field in 2021, sparking diplomatic protests from Kuala Lumpur. Similarly, Indonesia has grappled with Chinese vessel intrusions near the Natuna Islands, prompting Jakarta to deploy warships in response. The South China Sea emerges as a cauldron of complex dynamics, where strategic economic interests, territorial sovereignty assertions, and environmental preservation imperatives intertwine to shape the geopolitical landscape. The Sulu Sea and Cotabato Basin stand out as regions brimming with substantial untapped potential for oil and gas exploration within the Philippines. The Philippine Department of Energy has identified the offshore Sulu Sea Basin as a reservoir holding an estimated potential of 203 million barrels of oil equivalent. Similarly, the Cotabato Basin boasts a potential of 159 million barrels of oil equivalent, with an existing discovery of 29 billion cubic feet BCF of gas. The strategic development of these resources holds the promise of propelling the Philippines into a position of net energy exporter, thereby reducing its reliance on imported fossil fuels and catalyzing economic growth across the nation. A pivotal energy asset for the Philippines, the Malampaya gas field situated off the coast of Palawan, has played a crucial role in the country's energy landscape. In a strategic move to sustain production and exploration activities within this vital field, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. inked a renewal agreement for the Malampaya Service Contract number 38 in May 2023. Originally slated to expire in February 2024, this 25-year production contract has been extended for an additional 15 years, now stretching until 2038, February 2039. The extension encompasses a comprehensive work program featuring geological and geophysical studies alongside the drilling of a minimum of 2 deep-water wells during the initial subphase 1, spanning from 2024 to 2029. This initiative is poised to unlock the full potential harbored within both the existing gas field and the adjacent prospect areas, paving the way for sustained exploration and extraction activities in the region. China has consistently voiced its opposition to the deepening U.S.-Philippines military ties, citing concerns over regional destabilization. Chinese officials have vehemently criticized the increased American military presence in the Philippines, framing it as a component of a broader containment strategy aimed at China and interference in regional dynamics. The Chinese embassy in Manila has explicitly warned that such military collaboration will not only jeopardize Philippine national interests, but also imperil peace and stability within the region. In stark contrast, the Philippines has staunchly defended its decision to enhance defense cooperation with the United States, asserting that such partnerships are imperative for fortifying national security and safeguarding sovereignty. Anchored in the National Security Policy, NSP, 2023 to 2028, the Philippines emphasizes the paramount importance of upholding territorial integrity and augmenting defense capabilities. The government contends that the U.S. military presence plays a pivotal role in enabling more efficient responses to natural disasters and various security threats, aligning with the nation's strategic imperatives for safeguarding its borders and populace. Recent developments have further heightened tensions between China and the Philippines, particularly following the Philippines' consent in February 2023 to grant U.S. forces access to an additional 4 military bases under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA. This move elicited strong rebuke from China, which accused the U.S. of exploiting the Philippines to encircle and constrain China's influence. Despite the ensuing diplomatic friction, the Philippines maintains that the expansion of the EDCA sites is aimed at fostering local economic development and enhancing disaster response capabilities, underscoring the multifaceted objectives behind the strategic military arrangements. Under the EDCA framework, the U.S. now enjoys access to a total of 9 Philippine military bases, with plans in motion to transform these sites into hubs for humanitarian aid and disaster response operations. The National Security Policy, NSP, 2023 to 2028, serves as a guiding beacon delineating the strategic roadmap for safeguarding national security interests and deepening defense collaborations, with allies such as the United States marking a pivotal component of the Philippines' overarching security apparatus in an era fraught with geopolitical complexities and regional power dynamics. With allies such as the United States marking a pivotal component of the Philippines' overarching security apparatus in an era fraught with geopolitical complexities and regional power dynamics. The Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague delivered a significant ruling on July 12, 2016, favoring the Philippines in its dispute against China over the South China Sea. The tribunal's decision unequivocally invalidated China's expansive claims, notably the contentious 9-dash line, citing that these claims lacked any legal grounding under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. Furthermore, the ruling deemed China's activities, such as island building and land reclamation, as unlawful, marking a pivotal moment in the legal landscape of maritime disputes in the region. Despite the resounding verdict, China has persistently maintained its claims across a vast expanse of the South China Sea. This assertion is signified by the construction of military installations on artificial islands and the continuous deployment of Coast Guard and maritime militia vessels. Recent escalations include confrontations like the use of water cannons by Chinese Coast Guard ships against Philippine vessels near the Scarborough Shoal. Actions that were swiftly condemned by the G7 foreign ministers, who emphasized the absence of legal legitimacy backing China's territorial assertions. Amidst these tensions, the global community, including the Philippines, has advocated for unobstructed and peaceful exploration of natural resources within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. The Philippines Armed Forces have pledged to safeguard such activities, demonstrating a commitment to ensuring the safety and security of resource exploration endeavors. Notably, efforts to facilitate joint oil exploration through a memorandum of understanding with China have encountered obstacles due to ongoing territorial disputes. Central to discussions on regional stability is the imperative of fostering peaceful and lawful exploration within the West Philippine Sea. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, has been actively engaged in formulating a code of conduct for the South China Sea, aimed at averting conflicts and upholding the primacy of international law. The Philippines has welcomed the G7's endorsement of a rules-based order in the broader Indo-Pacific region. Beyond the legal and geopolitical dimensions, the South China Sea remains a critical maritime conduit, facilitating the transit of over $3 trillion in annual shipborne commerce. The South China Sea, a region of immense strategic and economic importance, serves as a vital global shipping route, harbors rich natural resources, and sustains a diverse marine ecosystem. However, it has become a hotspot for territorial disputes, particularly between China and the Philippines. China's expansive claims under the 9-dash line encroach on the exclusive economic zones, EEZs, of several Southeast Asian nations, prompting provocative actions such as militarized artificial islands, extensive military drills, and confrontations involving its Coast Guard and fishing fleets. In response, the Philippines has pursued legal and legislative measures to assert its maritime rights, including a landmark 2016 ruling from the Permanent Court of Arbitration invalidating China's claims, along with the enactment of laws like the Maritime Zones Act. Additionally, the Philippines has strengthened alliances, notably with the United States, to safeguard its interests. Resolving tensions requires robust international collaboration, adherence to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and the active role of ASEAN in mediating disputes, complemented by global diplomatic efforts and freedom of navigation operations to uphold international norms and regional stability. Thank you for tuning into our channel. If you enjoyed the video, please remember to like, share it with your friends, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth analysis of global issues.
Last-minute deal tonight between the U.S. and Iran to stop the fighting, at least temporarily, after 38 days of joint U.S.-Israeli military operations against Iran.
Last night, the world exhaled. At 6:32 in the evening, Eastern Time, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social that he had agreed to a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. No bombing, no civilization dying tonight. 2 weeks of quiet, brokered, of all things, by Pakistan. And within hours, Iran's foreign minister confirmed safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz would be permitted. For 2 weeks, via coordination with Iranian armed forces, oil prices fell, stock market steadied, anchors smiled. But here is what I want you to understand today, and what almost no one in mainstream television is telling you plainly. This is not a resolution. This is an intermission. Hans Morgenthau, the father of modern realist theory, spent his life warning that nations pursue power not because they are malicious, but because the structure of the world gives them no other rational option. The United States and Iran are not settling a dispute, they are pausing one. And in that pause, in these 14 fragile days, the most important question in global economics is not being asked loudly enough. What happens to the 700 million people of East and Southeast Asia if this ceasefire collapses? What happens when oil crosses $150 a barrel? That is what we are going to answer today. Before we talk about economics, let us be honest about what was actually agreed last night. Iran did not agree to reopen the strait. It agreed to allow coordinated passage. Ships must coordinate with Iranian armed forces. Iran's Supreme National Security Council declared victory. It said its war objectives had been nearly all achieved. Its 10-point plan demands the withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the entire region, the end of the war on the resistance axis, meaning Hezbollah, the Houthis, the lifting of all sanctions, and compensation for war damage. Trump called it a workable basis. That is diplomatic language for, we haven't agreed on anything yet. Talks will begin in Islamabad on Friday.
Thank you, David. Ambassador Friedman.
Experts are already asking whether Israel, which launched fresh strikes on Iran as Trump was posting his ceasefire announcement, will abide by any of this. Iran's Revolutionary Guard, just days ago, threatened to deprive the United States and its allies of the region's oil and gas for years. So here is the scenario I want to wargame with you. not the ceasefire. The collapse of the ceasefire. Because 2 weeks is not a long time. And if those talks fail, if Israel strikes again, if Trump's patience breaks, if Iran's hardliners reassert control, the strait closes again. And this time, the world's oil buffer will be smaller, the nerves more frayed, and the markets more primed for panic. That is when Brent crude crosses $150. And that is when Asia's most promising growth story ends. Let me give you the numbers cleanly, because this is where analysis separates itself from noise. Before this war began, Brent crude was trading at roughly $72 a barrel. As of this morning, it sits above $111. That is a 54% increase in under 6 weeks, steeper than during the 1990 Gulf War. The International Energy Agency has called this the greatest global energy security challenge in recorded history. The Strait of Hormuz, a waterway barely 21 miles wide at its narrowest, carries approximately 20% of all the world's oil every single day. Of every barrel that passes through it, 84% is bound for Asia. At $150 per barrel, which TD Securities and Goldman Sachs estimate is entirely possible if the strait closes again through late April, we are talking about an oil price more than double the pre-war level. Every $10 increase in crude costs energy importing nations an average of 0.25% of their GDP. For Southeast Asia, where countries import between 60 and 98% of their oil from the Gulf, the math is not just painful, it is existential. And these are nations with almost no armor. Japan holds 254 days of strategic reserves. South Korea has just activated a $100 trillion won stabilization fund. But the nations directly in the path of this storm, the Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, have reserves measured not in months, but in days. Let's go country by country. And let me start where the damage is most nakedly visible. Robert Kaplan, in his masterwork Asia's Cauldron, described the Philippines as a nation whose geography, 7,641 islands, no inland buffer, no domestic energy base, makes it permanently exposed to the tides of great power competition. He could not have known how prophetic that would be in the spring of 2026. Here is the number that defines everything. 98%. 98% of all the crude oil the Philippines uses comes from the Middle East.
Meron na tayong supply of crude oil sufficient supply.
On March 24th, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. declared a state of national energy emergency, the first leader in the entire world to do so. Government offices moved to a 4-day work week. Air conditioning in public buildings was ordered to be kept no lower than 24 degrees. The Philippines rolled back its own environmental standards, authorizing fuels with sulfur content 10 times higher than the legal limit, simply to keep generators running. Cebu Pacific began cutting routes. The president himself said grounding planes entirely was a distinct possibility. All of this happened at $111 oil. The Philippines says it has supply through June 30th. That buffer is built on commercial inventories, not strategic reserves. It is thin enough to see through. Now imagine $150. At $150, the Philippines' import bill becomes mathematically impossible to subsidize. The peso collapses further. Inflation goes double-digit. Jeepneys stop running. Fishermen cannot afford fuel for their boats. Rice, transported by diesel trucks across those 7,641 islands, becomes unaffordable for the 22 million Filipinos already living in poverty. Mearsheimer wrote that geography is the most permanent fact in international relations. In peacetime, the Philippines' island geography was a beautiful story of diversification and resilience. At $150 oil, it becomes a trap with no exit. Indonesia was, entering 2026, one of the most compelling emerging market stories on Earth. Southeast Asia's largest economy, the fourth most populous nation on the planet, a Muslim-majority democracy that Joseph Nye would recognize as the very model of soft power, built not through coercion, but through the genuine attractiveness of its development path. Here is the paradox of Indonesia's position. It is an oil producer, and yet it imports more than a third of its crude, because its own production has been in structural decline for decades. And that imported crude comes through the strait. Indonesia currently holds roughly 21 days of fuel reserves. President Prabowo's government is already cutting $6 billion from its budget to absorb the shock. $6 billion redirected away from schools and infrastructure into the gaping wound of energy subsidies. But the deeper alarm is historical. The Council on Foreign Relations has reminded every analyst who covers Indonesia of a specific haunting fact. The 1998 uprising that ended Suharto's 30-year rule was triggered directly by a sharp rise in fuel prices. Jakarta has seen fuel price riots since. And now, after Eid, after the great annual migration of Indonesian workers returning from the cities to their home provinces, the government is expected to reduce subsidies. When those subsidies end, and when the price of a liter of petrol reflects anything close to the $150 global reality, Indonesia's streets will not stay quiet. This is what strategists call cascade failure, when stress in one system overloads the next. At $150 oil, Indonesia does not face a recession. It faces a polycrisis, energy, food, currency, and political stability collapsing in sequence. If the Philippines is the most vulnerable and Indonesia the most politically combustible, Japan and South Korea represent a different kind of tragedy. The tragedy of nations that did everything right and still cannot escape what they had no hand in starting. Japan imports 94% of its crude from the Middle East. In normal times, it is protected by extraordinary discipline, 254 days of strategic reserves, the largest buffer in Asia. Allies depend on credibility more than capability. Thomas Schelling. Japan will not collapse at $150. But here is what $150 does to Japan. It arrives precisely as Japan was finally emerging from its decades-long deflationary trap. Real wages were rising. Consumer confidence had returned. Prime Minister Ishiba's structural reforms were beginning to take hold. And now, in a single geopolitical event 6,000 kilometers away, a war Japan had no voice in starting and no power to stop. All of that forward momentum faces a brutal reversal. To make it worse, Washington has told Tokyo that the delivery of 400 Tomahawk missiles Japan had ordered will probably not be possible, delayed by the demands of the Iran conflict. Japan is being asked to bear the economic costs of an American war while simultaneously discovering that America cannot fulfill its arms commitments. South Korea is the most industrially exposed nation in all of Asia. It is simultaneously one of the world's great oil importers, one of its great oil refiners, and home to Samsung and SK Hynix, the two companies that manufacture virtually all of the high-bandwidth memory chips that power NVIDIA A1 processors. The energy shock to South Korea is not merely domestic. It is a knock-on disruption to the entire global AI supply chain. The markets have already spoken. The Kospi suffered its worst single-day crash since 2008. The Korean won has fallen to levels not seen since the global financial crisis. South Korea has imposed vehicle rotation systems not seen since the 1970s oil shocks. Fuel oil for container ships has risen 87% since the war began. At $150 oil, South Korea's semiconductor industry, the beating heart of the global technology economy, faces cost pressures that no normal business cycle could absorb. And this is not a normal business cycle. Taiwan is not Southeast Asia. But it is the single most consequential economy in this story. Because what happens to Taiwan's power supply happens to the world's semiconductors. And what happens to the world's semiconductors happens to every digital economy on Earth. In 2025, Taiwan generated 53% of its electricity from liquefied natural gas. More than half. Qatar, the world's largest LNG exporter, declared force majeure on all its contracts after Iran struck the Ras Laffan facility. LNG prices in Asia have risen by 140% as a result of that single strike. TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, manufactures over 90% of the world's most advanced chips. Its fabs run 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Power is the ability to affect others to obtain the outcomes you want. Joseph Nye. Any interruption to Taiwan's power does not just hurt Taiwan. It hits the entire global technology supply chain at its single most irreplaceable node. And there is a geopolitical layer beneath the economic one. A United States consumed in the Persian Gulf, its carrier groups in the Middle East, its attention divided, its arms deliveries to Tokyo delayed. Creates precisely the kind of strategic opening that China has historically exploited in the Western Pacific. Taiwan's energy vulnerability and its geopolitical vulnerability are, at $150 oil, beginning to converge. Kenneth Waltz called it systemic shock. When an external disruption is severe enough to alter not just the policies of nations, but the structural relationships between them. The 1973 oil embargo was a systemic shock. It created OPEC leverage. It broke Bretton Woods. It drove Japan toward nuclear energy and reshaped American foreign policy for a generation. What we are watching today is a systemic shock in real time. Southeast Asia, the Philippines, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan was the most exciting growth story on Earth entering 2026. Vietnam was becoming the world's factory. The Philippines was building a digital economy. Indonesia was positioning itself as the leader of the global South. Japan and South Korea were finally escaping decades of stagnation. All of that forward momentum is now running directly into a wall made of oil. The WFP estimates that 45 million more people globally will suffer from acute hunger in 2026 as a direct result of this conflict. In Asia and the Pacific, food insecurity is projected to rise by 24%, the largest relative increase of any region on Earth. And here is the fact that no one wants to say out loud: China negotiated safe passage for its tankers through the strait. China has vast strategic reserves. China has positioned itself as the neutral party in this crisis. While American carrier groups are in the Persian Gulf, while American arms deliveries to Tokyo are delayed, while American allies in Asia are absorbing a price shock from a war they did not choose, China emerges from this conflict stronger relative to every American ally in the region. Not dramatically, not overnight, but it emerges stronger. The ceasefire is real. The relief is real. But 2 weeks is not peace. It is a pause between acts in a drama whose final scene has not been written. The Strait of Hormuz is 100 miles long and 21 miles wide at its narrowest point. On its shores, the fate of hundreds of millions of Asians is being decided by two men who have never visited a single one of their cities. Watch this space. Because the next 14 days may be the most consequential of the decade.
The Philippine government will ask for its oil supplies to be given safe passage by Iran through the Strait of Hormuz.
Ayon po kay Secretary Tess Lazaro ng DFA, makikipag-usap po siya sa ambassador ng Iran. Most probably po ay tomorrow. Kung hindi man po magkakaroon ng schedule tomorrow, by next week po.
There is a 34-kilometer stretch of water between the Iranian coast and the rocky shores of Oman that decides whether the lights stay on in Manila, whether gasoline reaches the jeepneys of Cebu, and whether the rice gets planted in the fields of Mindanao. The Strait of Hormuz has always been the jugular vein of the modern world. And right now, Iran has its hand around it. What happened on April 2nd, 2026, was not a minor diplomatic footnote. It was a window, brief, clarifying, and deeply revealing into the new grammar of power in the Indo-Pacific. The Philippines, a treaty ally of the United States, a nation that hosts American military bases and whose young men and women train alongside the Marines of Camp Pendleton, quietly called Tehran and asked to be recognized as something it has never formally been, a non-hostile state. And Tehran said yes.
Ayon po kay Secretary Tess Lazaro ng DFA, makikipag-usap po siya sa ambassador ng Iran. Most probably po ay tomorrow. Kung hindi man po magkakaroon ng schedule tomorrow, by next week po.
That single phone call between Foreign Secretary Teresa Lazaro and Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi tells us more about the real architecture of power in Asia than a decade of think tank reports. To understand what Manila just did, you need to understand what happened on February 28, 2026. Following joint military strikes by the United States and Israel on Iran, strikes that included the killing of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps issued warnings prohibiting vessel passage through the Strait of Hormuz, leading to an effective halt in shipping. Traffic.
فرماندهان و سربازان آمریکا فرار.
The economic shockwave was immediate and savage. Brent crude prices surpassed $100 per barrel on March 8th for the first time in 4 years, rising to a peak of $126 per barrel. Analysts began using language not heard since 1973. The closure has been described as the largest disruption to the energy supply since the 1970s energy crisis, and the largest in the history of the global oil market. This is not a regional inconvenience. The Strait's 2 unidirectional sea lanes facilitate the transit of around 20 million barrels of oil per day, representing roughly 20% of global seaborne oil trade. And it is not just oil. Up to 30% of internationally traded fertilizers normally transit the Strait of Hormuz. That means food prices too. That means harvest seasons. That means the calculus of hunger. For the Philippines, a nation of 115 million people perched at the western edge of the Pacific, the numbers were existential. The Philippines imports 98% of its crude oil from the Middle East, which is now engulfed in one of the world's most serious conflicts. When the strait closed, the Philippines didn't just face a fuel shortage, it faced a countdown to paralysis.
Magtipid yung mga tao, and we are hoping that that we can target at 50% savings on fuel and electricity. We are campaigning that with the government agencies as well as all the encouraging.
Energy Secretary Sharon Garin warned that the nation had, at the time, about 45 days of fuel supplies left. 45 days. That is not a policy problem. That is a survival problem.
Meron na tayong supply of crude oil, sufficient supply hanggang June 30. Pero patuloy pa rin ang ating paghahanap ng supply, patuloy pa rin ang ating pagsuporta sa ating mga commuter para naman mabawasan ang bigat ng epekto nitong nagkakagulo sa Middle East.
On March 24th, President Marcos declared that the Philippines is in a state of national energy emergency in order to address the impact of the Middle East conflict on the country's economy, transportation, and job security. Here is where Robert Kaplan's revenge of geography becomes mercilessly real. Look at a map. The Philippines sits roughly 6,000 kilometers from the Persian Gulf. It has no oil fields of consequence, no liquefied natural gas reserves sufficient for its needs, and no overland pipeline to anywhere. Its lifeline runs through the Malacca Strait, across the Indian Ocean, and through that 34-kilometer choke point in the Gulf. Washington controls the most powerful navy in human history. It has aircraft carriers in the Arabian Sea. And yet, and this is the central humiliation of the current moment, the U.S. has been unable to reopen the strait it helped shut down. Washington launched the strikes on Iran that triggered the blockade on February 28th. And a month-long U.S. military campaign to force the passage open has yet to restore normal shipping. The superpower that asked the Philippines to stand with it, to host its bases, to align against China in the South China Sea, that superpower could not guarantee Manila a single barrel of oil.
To 2021, and it asked what were the consequences of those sanctions, and we murdered 38.
John Mearsheimer has spent decades arguing that states, at their core, are self-help units in an anarchic international system. When survival is at stake, alliances bend. When the lights are going out, ideology retreats. What the Philippines did was not betrayal. It was the oldest instinct in statecraft: survival. Iran did not simply close the strait. It reinvented itself as a gatekeeper, and in doing so began redrawing the diplomatic map of the Indo-Pacific. On March 26th, Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi announced that ships from China, Russia, India, Iraq, and Pakistan would be allowed to transit the strait. Malaysia and Thailand soon followed, joining Bangladesh on Iran's list of friendly nations. Study that list carefully. It is not a list of ideological allies. It is a list of nations that Tehran has calculated are either neutral, useful, or insufficiently threatening to punish. It is a list that carves Asia into two categories: those who benefit from American security guarantees and those who can actually move oil. Commodities shipping through the Strait of Hormuz fell by 95% between March 1st and 26th, according to the maritime tracking platform Kepler. For the countries on the permitted list, this was an enormous strategic windfall. For the US and its treaty allies, it was an object lesson in the limits of hard power when deployed without an exit strategy. The Philippines looked at that list and made a decision. Under President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s directive, Philippine officials asked Tehran to formally designate the Philippines as a non-hostile country to ensure safe passage for Philippine-bound ships. Philippine flag ships secured safe, toll-free passage through the strait following talks between Foreign Secretary Maria Teresa Lazaro and Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Aragchi. Tehran's assurances aim to stabilize deliveries of oil and fertilizer to the Philippines. There is a human story underneath the geopolitics that the cable news channels tend to skip. The Philippines is the world's largest exporter of seafarers. Its sailors crew container ships from Rotterdam to Yokohama, tankers from Basra to Rotterdam, bulk carriers from Durban to Shanghai. The sea is not an abstraction for Filipino families. It is the father who sends money home, the brother who misses Christmas, the son who learns navigation so his family doesn't have to go hungry. The deal may expedite the repatriation of more than 20,000 Filipino seafarers stranded amid heightened regional tensions and shipping disruptions. "20,000 people, stuck in maritime limbo, in a war zone they had no hand in starting, caught between a great power conflict that their government had no voice in shaping." For President Marcos, this was not an abstract foreign policy calculation. It was a domestic political crisis with a human face. Every one of those stranded seafarers has a family, a congressman, a senator who answers to voters. When Secretary Lazaro picked up the phone and called Tehran, she was not just negotiating oil prices. She was trying to bring those men and women home.
In my new position as Secretary of Foreign Affairs, after all, the award is a cornerstone of Philippine maritime policy.
The Philippines is not alone in this calculus. Consider what happened in the weeks before Manila's deal. Iran has said that it also considers Japan and South Korea, Washington's two other treaty allies in Asia, to be non-hostile countries and would be ready to facilitate the safe passage of tankers bound for the two countries. America's three most important treaty allies in Asia, Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines all found themselves, within weeks of the crisis, separately negotiating with Iran rather than relying on U.S. military power to guarantee their energy supply. The pattern is not coincidental. It is structural. This is the core contradiction that has always haunted the American security architecture in Asia. Washington asks its allies to accept political and military risk on its behalf. But it cannot always deliver the economic security those allies need to remain viable partners. The U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty was designed to deter military aggression. It was never designed to guarantee fuel delivery through a waterway where the U.S. itself is the belligerent. The deal reflects a calculated effort by the administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to distance the Philippines from the aggressive rhetoric associated with its long-standing defense ally, the United States. While Manila maintains strong security ties with Washington, officials have prioritized a pragmatic, independent foreign policy to protect the lives of thousands of Filipino seafarers working on international commercial routes. That last sentence is worth reading twice. A pragmatic, independent foreign policy. That is diplomatic language for a hard truth. When your patron's war threatens your survival, you find your own way out. The Philippines' deal with Iran will not end its alliance with the United States. Marcos is not pivoting to Tehran. The bases will stay. The joint patrols will continue. The South China Sea tensions remain the defining strategic challenge of Manila's foreign policy, and on that front, Washington remains indispensable.
409. You are within Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone. You are requested to provide the following.
But something has shifted, and it will not shift back. Every government in Southeast Asia watched Manila pick up that phone. Every chancellor and foreign minister from Kuala Lumpur to Jakarta noted that the first country to declare a national energy emergency was also a U.S. treaty ally, and that it solved its problem not through Washington, but around it. The geopolitical lesson being absorbed across the Indo-Pacific right now is not that America is weak. It is something more subtle and more durable, that American alliances guarantee certain things and not others. They guarantee military deterrence in specific scenarios. They do not guarantee energy security when the war is America's own making. They do not guarantee the safe return of your seafarers. They do not guarantee that the lights stay on. Asia runs on oil. It runs on fertilizer. It runs on the sea lanes that connect it to the Persian Gulf. Any power, any alliance that cannot guarantee the safety of those lanes will find its partners conducting their own diplomacy on the side. The Strait of Hormuz is 34 kilometers wide. But the strategic distance it has opened between Washington and its Asian allies may prove far harder to close. History will record that on April 2nd, 2026, the Philippines, a nation that has stood with the United States through Leyte Gulf, through the Cold War, through the South China Sea confrontations with Beijing, called the Islamic Republic of Iran and asked not to be treated as an enemy. And Iran said yes. That is not a failure of Philippine loyalty. It is a precise measurement of where American power actually ends and where Philippine survival begins. Geography, as always, had the final word. The sea does not care about alliances. It only cares about passage. If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion.
Now, the Philippines.
Philippines makes its first natural gas discovery in more than a decade. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. announced gas and condensate were found at a well near the existing Malampaya gas field off the coast of Palawan.
I am pleased to inform everyone that for the first time in over a decade, a significant natural gas discovery has been made. The discovered reservoir, called Malampaya East 1 or MAE-1, is located about 5 kilometers east of the existing Malampaya field.
The Philippines is running out of time and running short on energy. Demand keeps rising, electricity prices remain unstable, and dependence on imported fuel continues to grow. Yet beneath the waters off Palawan, the country may have found a lifeline that was hidden in plain sight. What if the answer to today's energy challenge has been there all along, just 5 kilometers offshore? Each year, the economy consumes more power than the last. Factories, data centers, growing cities, and millions of households all draw from a grid under increasing strain. Energy independence is no longer just a policy goal, it has become a strategic necessity tied directly to national strength and sovereignty.
This helps Malampaya's contribution and strengthens our domestic gas supply for many years to come. Initial testing showed that the well flowed at 60 million cubic feet per day. This indicates that the well has the potential to produce even more, confirming it is a high productivity resource comparable to the original Malampaya well.
On January 19, 2026, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. announced a discovery that could reshape the country's energy future. A major natural gas find at Malampaya East 1, or MAE-1. This was not a theory or a projection. The gas was already flowing, confirmed through testing beneath the seabed. MAE-1 sits just 5 kilometers east of the original Malampaya gas field, the same basin, the same geological system, but with new reserves. For more than 20 years, Malampaya powered up to 40% of Luzon's electricity before its natural decline began. As production fell, the clock started ticking. MAE-1 changes that timeline. This is the first major natural gas discovery in the Philippines in over a decade, arriving at a moment when global fuel markets are unstable, LNG imports are costly, and coal dependence remains high. Engineers confirmed a high-quality, commercially viable gas reservoir, supported by condensate output. This is energy security that can be measured, planned, and used. The scale matters. MAE-1 has the potential to power millions of Filipino homes, reduce brownouts, stabilize prices, and lower exposure to global shocks. Every unit of gas produced at home means fewer imports, fewer tankers, and fewer vulnerabilities. Energy independence is built one molecule at a time. What makes the discovery even more significant is who made it possible. Filipino engineers and crews carried out the work, completing operations without accidents. This was not just energy found in Philippine waters, it was built through Philippine capability. Across Southeast Asia, countries are racing to secure gas supplies as the energy transition tightens markets. With MAE-1, the Philippines re-enters that race not as a buyer, but as a producer. The next decade will determine how affordable power remains, how competitive industries stay, and how stable the grid becomes. MAE-1 arrives just as that decisive window opens. 5 kilometers east of an aging giant, a new chapter has begun. This is not just an energy story. It is an economic story, a security story, and a sovereignty story. And it starts offshore. Off the western edge of the Philippines, beyond the well-known tourist coasts of Palawan, lies one of the country's most important energy assets. Hidden beneath the sea, the Malampaya gas field quietly powered the nation for years. It was never visible and rarely discussed, yet it played a central role in keeping the country running. Not on land, not in sight, but essential. Discovered in the 1990s and developed in the early 2000s, Malampaya became the Philippines' first and only large-scale domestic source of natural gas. For more than 20 years, gas flowed from the seabed through underwater pipelines to power plants in Luzon. This was energy produced within Philippine waters, supporting homes, businesses, and industries without relying on overseas fuel. At its peak, Malampaya supplied up to 40% of Luzon's electricity. Entire cities depended on it, factories operated, hospitals stayed powered, and homes remained lit because of one offshore field. When Luzon had stable electricity, Malampaya was often the reason. But gas fields naturally decline. After more than 2 decades of steady production, Malampaya began to slow as pressure dropped and output fell. The impact was felt across the power system, revealing how much the country depended on a single source. This raised a difficult question for policymakers. What comes after Malampaya? The wider energy picture made that question even more urgent. The Philippines remains one of Southeast Asia's most coal-dependent countries, relying heavily on imported fuel. This exposes the country to global price swings and supply disruptions, driving up electricity costs even when demand does not change. Each shipment of imported coal adds risk. Natural gas offers a practical alternative. It burns cleaner than coal, produces fewer pollutants, and helps balance the grid when renewable energy fluctuates. As Malampaya declined, LNG imports filled part of the gap, preventing shortages but increasing exposure to global markets. Imported gas can help in the short term, but it cannot deliver real energy independence. That is why attention returned to the waters off Palawan. Beneath the same seabed that once sustained Malampaya, new potential remained. This time, the need was clearer, the risks were higher, and the timing was critical. Just 5 kilometers east of the original Malampaya gas field sits Malampaya East 1, or MAE-1. It lies in the same offshore basin and geological system that powered the Philippines for decades, but it is a new reservoir with fresh potential. This discovery was not a stroke of luck. It was the result of careful study, experience, and a deliberate decision to return to ground that was already well understood. Early estimates show that MAE-1 holds about 98 billion cubic feet of natural gas, enough to generate roughly 14 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity each year. That amount of power could supply around 5.7 million homes for a full year. These figures translate into real impact. Millions of households supported, and a meaningful boost to the national power supply from a single offshore well. The technical achievement behind MAE-1 is just as significant. The well was drilled in deep water off Palawan, under demanding conditions that required precision, strong safety standards, and experienced teams. Flow tests confirmed its strength, with initial output of around 60 million cubic feet of gas per day, showing that this is a solid, commercially viable discovery. The presence of condensate further improves the project's value and resilience. Strategically, MAE-1 arrives at the right time. As the original Malampaya field continues to decline, this new discovery helps extend domestic gas production, stabilizes supply, and reduces dependence on imports. It also offers environmental benefits, emitting fewer pollutants than coal while supporting reliable power generation. More than just a new well, MAE-1 represents continuity and choice, a reminder that the Philippines still has room to shape its own energy future. Energy security is not an abstract concept. It shows up in everyday life, on electricity bills, in factories that need steady power, and in hospitals where outages are not an option. Gas from MAE-1 helps stabilize gas-fired power plants, keeping electricity supply steady when demand rises. When fuel supply is reliable, power generation follows. That stability matters. In a world shaped by geopolitical tension and volatile fuel markets, predictability becomes a real advantage. Domestic gas shields the Philippines from sudden global price shocks and reduces the need for costly emergency imports. While MAE-1 does not eliminate risk, it shifts the balance in the country's favor by giving planners more control and flexibility. The economic impact extends beyond energy security. Projects like MAE-1 support jobs across a wide chain, from offshore drilling and marine transport to engineering, maintenance, ports, and logistics. These are not short-term opportunities. They create lasting skills, support local businesses, and strengthen industrial capacity. Revenue from domestic gas also stays within the country, flowing back through taxes, royalties, infrastructure spending, and reinvestment instead of being lost to imports. Reliable energy also delivers clear social benefits. Households experience fewer outages and more predictable power costs. Businesses gain the confidence to invest, expand, and retain jobs. Stable supply makes it easier to extend electricity to underserved and rural areas, supporting schools, clinics, and small enterprises. At its core, development still begins with access to dependable power. From an environmental standpoint, Natural gas offers a practical step forward. It produces significantly less carbon dioxide than coal and helps lower emissions immediately, not just on paper. Gas also plays a key supporting role alongside renewables, stabilizing the grid when solar and wind output fluctuate. This balance allows cleaner energy to grow without undermining reliability. Finally, responsible extraction underpins the entire transition. The MAE-1 drilling campaign was completed without accidents, reflecting strong safety standards in a high-risk offshore environment. Strict environmental safeguards and monitoring were applied throughout the process, protecting sensitive ecosystems and ensuring long-term viability. In energy development, cutting corners rarely saves time or money. It almost always costs more in the end.
The next steps are the completion and testing of the Camago 3, followed by the drilling of the Pag-asa exploration well to pursue more potential gas resources.
Government and industry reaction to the MAE-1 discovery has been clear and aligned. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. described the find as a high-productivity resource, highlighting both the technical success of the well and the fact that it was carried out under Filipino leadership without any accidents. Within the energy sector, momentum has followed quickly. Companies involved in the Malampaya project, including Prime Energy Resources Development, PNOC Exploration Corporation, and Prime Oil and Gas Inc., are preparing for expanded work under the Malampaya Phase 4 program. Follow-on wells and appraisal activities are intended to fully define the resource and move it efficiently into existing infrastructure. At the policy level, MAE-1 is likely to influence how the country plans its energy future. Stronger incentives for exploration, clearer gas market rules, and better coordination between fossil fuels and renewables are all back on the table. The discovery sends a clear signal. When success appears, policy adapts. MAE-1 demonstrates that the Philippines can still find energy, develop it responsibly, and use it strategically, reclaiming not just supply, but control over its own energy choices. Offshore energy development is never simple. Deepwater drilling pushes engineering to its limits, where extreme pressure, temperature, and depth leave little room for error. MAE-1 lies thousands of meters below the surface, in an environment where precision determines success and mistakes carry heavy consequences. The ocean does not compromise, and energy security depends on how well projects are executed, not on optimism alone. Every offshore well brings technical risk. Narrow drilling margins, high-pressure reservoirs, and complex subsea systems mean that a single misstep can delay timelines or erase hard-won gains. Deepwater projects are also expensive. Rigs, support vessels, and safety systems demand large investments, and delays quickly multiply costs. Discovering gas is only the first step. Developing it responsibly is the real challenge. Market forces add another layer of uncertainty. Global natural gas prices shift constantly, shaped by geopolitics, weather patterns, and competing demand from major markets. When prices fall too low, domestic projects struggle to remain viable. When prices rise too high, consumers bear the burden. Managing this balance between affordability and long-term supply is one of the hardest tests for energy planners. Infrastructure is equally critical. Gas must move efficiently from offshore wells to onshore facilities and into the power grid. Pipelines, processing plants, and grid readiness will determine how quickly MAE-1 becomes usable energy. Gas left underground has no value without a clear path to the grid. Environmental and regulatory risks cannot be ignored. The waters off Palawan are ecologically sensitive, requiring strict safeguards, continuous monitoring, and firm regulatory oversight. Permits, environmental assessments, and community engagement are not box-ticking exercises. They determine public trust and long-term viability. Sustainable energy development depends on getting these right every time, because speed without stewardship ultimately leads to failure. Malampaya East 1 is not the end of the story. It is the beginning. Development is expected to move forward in phases under the Malampaya Phase 4 drilling program, allowing progress to be measured, adjusted, and managed carefully. Energy transitions take time, and MAE-1 represents the first step in a longer journey, not a quick fix. Additional wells, including Camago 3 and Bagong Pagasa, are planned to confirm and expand the resource base. Each successful well reduces uncertainty and strengthens confidence in the field's long-term potential. As testing continues, timelines for tying new production into existing infrastructure become clearer. Phased development allows flexibility, helping limit risk while ensuring steady progress. Success at MAE-1 also changes how the broader Malampaya area is viewed. Geological confidence increases, and prospects once considered marginal are being reassessed. The basin is no longer seen as one in decline, but as one with renewed potential. One proven discovery can reshape how an entire block is evaluated. In the long term, MAE-1 fits into a broader energy strategy rather than competing with it. The goal is not to choose gas over renewables, but to sequence them properly. Domestic gas provides stability, while solar, wind, and energy storage continue to scale, supporting a cleaner grid without sudden disruptions or price shocks. By smoothing volatility and strengthening supply control, MAE-1 gives the Philippines greater leverage in planning its energy future. It brings more certainty, more resilience, and a shift from reactive decisions to proactive strategy. In a region competing fiercely for fuel and investment, the country gains something rare: time. Time to plan, time to invest, and time to transition on its own terms. MAE-1 may not solve every challenge, but it clearly changes the direction, replacing decline with balance and dependence with choice. The discovery at Malampaya East 1 marks a defining moment in the Philippines' energy story, unlocking new domestic resources that can reinforce energy security, underpin economic expansion, and support a more realistic transition toward cleaner power generation. While technical, market, and environmental challenges remain, the find highlights the value of coherent policy direction, close coordination between government and industry, and disciplined, responsible resource development. As the country looks ahead, the true measure of this discovery will lie in how effectively it is managed, ensuring that energy development proceeds with environmental care and delivers broad, equitable benefits to Filipino households, communities, and the national economy. If you found this analysis valuable, share your perspective in the comments. Your insights help deepen the conversation and sharpen our understanding of evolving regional dynamics. Thank you, and we will see you soon in our next geopolitical discussion. $41 million gallons of fuel.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
That's what the Pentagon is quietly positioning in the southern tip of the Philippines, inside a bay most Americans have never heard of, in a move that could determine who controls the Western Pacific for the next generation. It doesn't look like a declaration of war. It doesn't have a press conference. It won't trend on social media. But make no mistake, This is one of the most strategically significant logistics decisions Washington has made in the Indo-Pacific in a decade. Welcome back to the channel. I'm going to walk you through what just happened, why it matters, and why the entire arc of this story, from the burning towns of Myanmar to the contested shoals of the South China Sea, all points to one conclusion. The first island chain is being armed. Quietly, deliberately, and now, fuel. On April 7, 2026, USNI News revealed that the Defense Logistics Agency, the Pentagon's global supply backbone, has formally requested contractor services to establish a Defense Fuel Support Point, or DFSP, in the Davao region of Mindanao, in the southern Philippines. Let me give you the numbers, because in logistics, numbers tell the story. The facility is envisioned to hold 548,000 barrels, roughly 23 million gallons, of naval distillate fuel F-76, the grade used to power U.S. destroyers, frigates, and amphibious assault ships. Another 429,000 barrels, approximately 18 million gallons, of aviation-grade JP-5, which powers carrier-based jet aircraft like the F/A-18 Super Hornet and the F-35C. Total throughput capacity? At least 1 million barrels, 42 million gallons per year. The facility will be capable of fueling 2 medium-range tankers or barges simultaneously, with pump rates reaching 6,600 barrels per hour for tankers and 2,000 barrels per hour for barges. Contractors must operate the site around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Operations are expected to begin in April 2028, running through at least October 2031, with options extending to 2035. Now, some of you might be thinking, okay, it's a fuel depot. Why does this matter? Here's why. Clausewitz famously wrote that war is the continuation of politics by other means. But any general worth his salt will tell you, war is also the continuation of logistics. Napoleon said armies travel on their stomachs. In the 21st century Pacific, navies travel on fuel. And right now, the United States has a fuel problem. In 2021, the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Facility in Hawaii, one of the Pacific Fleet's most critical fuel hubs, built into the volcanic rock of Oahu during World War II, contaminated the local drinking water supply. The political fallout was catastrophic. The facility was permanently shut down. Think about what that means strategically. The U.S. Navy lost one of its most secure, geographically central fuel reserves in the entire Pacific. And here is a number that should make every defense planner pause. The distance from the U.S. West Coast to the South China Sea is approximately 7,000 nautical miles. In a conflict scenario, getting fuel from the continental United States to a warfighting theater in the Western Pacific without forward depots is simply not realistic at the pace modern warfare demands. Military analysts call this the tyranny of distance. The Davao DFSP directly addresses that tyranny. Placed inside the Gulf of Davao, it sits adjacent to the Sulu Sea, one of several critical waterways that U.S. carrier strike groups and amphibious assault ships use to transit in and out of the first island chain. It gives American warships a southern fueling option, away from the South China Sea, facing ports of Subic Bay and Manila, which in a conflict with China could be exposed, targeted, or blocked within hours. Subic Bay has been the cornerstone of American naval logistics in the Philippines for decades. But it faces north and west, toward China. The Davao Depot faces south and east. That is not an accident. That is strategic depth. To understand why Davao matters, you need to understand the first island chain. This is the string of archipelagic nations: Japan, the Ryukyu Islands, Taiwan, the Philippines, and down into Indonesia and Malaysia that forms a geographic barrier separating China's coastal waters from the open Pacific Ocean. It stretches like a crescent from the northern tip of Hokkaido all the way down to Borneo. American defense strategy, as articulated in the National Defense Strategy, explicitly identifies this chain as the primary line for deterring Chinese military expansion in the Indo-Pacific. The logic is simple. If China's Navy, the People's Liberation Army Navy, the PLA, cannot break through the first island chain, it cannot project power into the Pacific at large. It cannot threaten Hawaii, Guam, or ultimately the American homeland. Every American military investment in this region, the bases in northern Luzon, the prepositioning of weapons in Palawan, the EDCA sites, and now the Davao fuel depot, is part of this strategic framework. As the War on the Rocks analysis published in March 2026 put it, dispersed logistics determine staying power. Fuel, munitions, spare parts, and runway or port repair under attack conditions define endurance. That is exactly what Davao provides. And Davao is not alone. The Davao DFSP is the third piece of a larger puzzle. Navy Rear Admiral George Bresnahan, commander of DLA Energy, visited the South Pacific in 2025 to inspect two additional upcoming sites: Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea, and Darwin, Northern Australia. The DLA's own statement on Port Moresby declared, Papua New Guinea is located significantly closer than Hawaii to national security interests across the Indo-Pacific region. An additional DFSP at this location will provide warfighters with a more readily accessible fuel supply line. On Darwin, fuel stored at the strategic Northern Territories port will, in the agency's words, augment America's warfighting capabilities and reinforce its commitment of shared security and stability with regional allies and partners. Map this out, and you begin to see the architecture. Darwin in the south, Port Moresby in the southeast, Davao in the north, inside the Philippines. Together, they form a southern logistics corridor that runs entirely outside the South China Sea, outside the range of Chinese anti-ship missiles based on the artificial islands in the Spratlys. Outside the range of land-based systems in Hainan Island. It is, in essence, a fuel highway for a potential conflict, running beneath China's sphere of influence through friendly archipelagic waters into the heart of the Western Pacific. John Mearsheimer, the father of offensive realism, has long argued that great powers do not prepare for conflicts they don't believe are possible. When you see this level of logistical investment, synchronized, multi-node, multi-nation, you are watching a great power prepare. But we cannot discuss this fuel depot in isolation. Because the country hosting it, the Philippines, is living through the most turbulent geopolitical moment in its modern history.
Mr. President, it's great to see you again, and welcome to the Pentagon.
Since the administration of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. came to power, Manila has dramatically deepened its security relationship with Washington, and Beijing has not been pleased. Here are the flashpoints from just the first quarter of 2026 alone. March 7th, a Chinese corvette directed its fire control radar, that's the targeting radar you use before you shoot, at the Philippine frigate BRP Miguel Malvar near Sabina Shoal. Manila called the act alarming and provocative. March 18, for the first time in history, Chinese Air Force aircraft challenged a Philippine Coast Guard patrol plane near disputed Scarborough Shoal. March 24, Manila deployed 7 vessels after Chinese Coast Guard and maritime militia ships harassed Philippine fishing boats near Scarborough Shoal. Late March, the Philippine tank landing ship Benguet and a Chinese guided missile frigate came dangerously close to collision near Thitu Island in the Spratlys, with both sides blaming the other. And this is not happening in a vacuum. It is happening while the Philippines holds the ASEAN chairmanship in 2026, while Manila is pushing for a binding South China Sea Code of Conduct. And while over 500 U.S.-Philippine joint military activities are planned for the year, the highest number in the alliance's history. As UPI reported in January 2026, plans for those 500-plus activities represent a significant escalation in tempo and scope, even in the absence of a single marquee exercise, encompassing everything from staff-level planning and logistics coordination to maritime domain awareness, coastal defense, drills, and repeated operational rehearsals across air, land, and sea domains. Elizabeth Laris, adjunct senior fellow at the Pacific Forum, framed it bluntly: having the Philippines as chairman, particularly under the U.S.-friendly Marcos administration, is useful to the U.S. agenda in the region. And yet, within the Philippines, this relationship creates profound political tension. The leaked letter from Foreign Secretary Maria Teresa Lazaro in February 2026 exposed a fault line within Manila itself, between a military-led transparency initiative that publicly documents maritime run-ins with China, and a diplomatic track that seeks to preserve negotiating room with Beijing. It is the classic small state dilemma.